Hello, welcome back to Sleep Science. Wherever you are right now, this is a good place to be. Tonight, we are going to talk about the clock inside you that never needs to be wound. Settle in. There is something happening in your eyes right now that has nothing to do with seeing, nothing to do with color or shape or the dim outlines of your room, nothing to do with reading or watching or finding your way in the dark. There is a separate system, a quieter one, running in parallel to all of that, and what it is doing right now, in this exact moment, is measuring. It is measuring the light, or the lack of it, and it is sending that information to a place deep inside your brain that has been waiting all day for exactly this signal. The signal is simple. It says, "It is getting dark," and something in you, something that has been awake and alert and running since the morning, begins, very slowly, to let go. Not because you decided to, not because you told it to. It just does. It has always done this. It has been doing this since before you had words for it, since before anyone had words for it, since long before the concept of a bedtime or a schedule or a sleep hygiene routine existed in any form. The body knew, the body has always known, and the thing that knows is not your mind, not your intentions, not the decision to turn off the light and lie down. It is something much older and much quieter than any of that. Right now, without you doing anything at all, a structure the size of a grain of rice is coordinating nearly every organ in your body toward a single, shared outcome: rest. Which is strange, when you think about it, that something so small could do something so large, that a few thousand neurons buried in the center of your head could tell your heart to slow, tell your kidneys to pull back, tell the temperature of your blood to begin its long nightly descent, tell a tiny pinecone-shaped gland to release a hormone into your bloodstream that will, in its quiet way, remind every cell in your body that the day is done. Let's sit with this for a moment. You didn't eat anything to make this happen. You didn't take a pill. You didn't follow a protocol. You just let it get dark, or close to dark, or dark enough, and that was all that was needed. Because the system was already listening. It was listening all day, cataloging the light, tracking the arc of it, noting when it began to shift from the cool white of noon to the longer, warmer wavelengths of afternoon, and then to the dim, and then the dark. And with each shift it was adjusting, recalibrating, preparing. The preparation was invisible to you. You were busy. You were thinking about other things. But underneath all of that, something was patiently counting the hours, and the hours were almost up. The word circadian comes from the Latin circa, meaning around, dies, meaning day, around a day, a rhythm that completes itself approximately once every 24 hours, which sounds simple, and in some ways it is. But the more you look at it, the more it turns out to be one of the most intricate, precisely tuned systems in all of biology. Something that runs in every cell of your body simultaneously, something that evolution kept and sharpened and refined across hundreds of millions of years, because it turns out that knowing what time it is matters enormously to staying alive. Not the clock on the wall, not the numbers on your phone, the felt time, the biological time, the time the body keeps on its own, in its own way, for its own purposes. And right now, your body's time is saying something very specific. It is saying that this is the hour of slowing. Your eyes are dim, or they will be soon. The room around you is settling into whatever darkness or near darkness you have given it. The temperature of the air is probably cooler than it was this afternoon, and the temperature at the surface of your skin is doing something interesting too. Something we will come back to, something that is both a signal and a consequence of this same ancient rhythm doing exactly what it was built to do. There is a kind of precision happening right now in your body that no alarm, no schedule, no app on your phone could ever replicate. It is the precision of something that has been refined over an enormous stretch of time, tuned to this planet's rotation, calibrated to the simple fact that Earth turns once a day and life on it has organized itself around that turning. Every night, for as long as there has been night, which is a very long time. The first animals with something like a circadian clock appeared somewhere around 500 million years ago, maybe more. Some of the earliest organisms with detectable internal timekeeping were single-celled cyanobacteria, which are about as far from you as life on Earth gets. And yet even they had a version of this. Even they ran on a cycle tuned to the rotation of the planet. It is that old, this thing in you. It is not new. It is not recent. It is not a product of modern sleep science, even though modern sleep science has spent decades trying to understand it and has barely scratched the surface. The point is that what is happening in you tonight is not fragile. It is not something that needs you to manage it carefully. It is not a glass thing you might accidentally break. It is more like bedrock. It is more like something that bends and flexes with the pressures of modern life, shifts and strains when your hours are irregular or your light exposure is all wrong. But at its core, under all of that, it is still there, still counting, still oriented toward this planet's turn, still doing the thing it was doing long before you were born and will do in some form long after. That is worth holding on to, because a lot of people come to sleep thinking something is broken, thinking the system failed them or they failed the system. And sometimes there are real disruptions, genuine misalignments, and we will talk about all of those, slowly and carefully, in a way that is not alarming. But underneath the disruptions is the original system, the ancient one, and it is not broken. It is just waiting for the right signals. And one of those signals, one of the most important ones, is exactly what you are giving it right now. Darkness, or the quiet approach of it. Let's go deeper. Right now, at the very back of your eye, behind the rods and the cones, behind all the photoreceptors that you use for actual seeing, there is a very small population of specialized cells. They are retinal ganglion cells, which sounds clinical, but what they are is something quite specific and remarkable. They are light detectors that exist purely for the purpose of telling the brain what time of day it is. They do not help you read. They do not help you see faces or colors or the shapes of things in a dim room. Their entire job, the only job they have, is to measure the ambient light in your environment and report back. They are called intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, which is a mouthful, sometimes abbreviated to iPRGCs, and they contain a photopigment called melanopsin, which is sensitive to a very particular range of light, somewhere around the shorter wavelengths, the bluer end of the visible spectrum, around 480 nanometers if you want the number, though the number matters less than what it means. What it means is that the light that most strongly activates these cells is the light of midday, the light of an open sky, the light that is rich in short, energetic wavelengths, the light that tells the body unambiguously, it is the middle of the day, it is bright, you are not near sleep, stay awake, stay alert, the circadian peak is here or approaching. And as that light fades, as the afternoon shifts to evening, as the shorter wavelengths drop out of the sky and only the longer, warmer ones remain, and then as even those fade and what you are left with is dim and orange-toned or simply dark, these cells relax their signal, they go quiet, and in their quiet, the brain finally receives permission, not a command, not a demand, permission. The permission is for the pineal gland to begin releasing melatonin, and melatonin is something we should talk about carefully, because it is probably the most misunderstood chemical in sleep science. the one most associated with sleep aids and supplements, and a lot of assumptions that turn out, when you look at them, to be not quite right. Melatonin does not cause sleep. That is the first thing. It does not knock you out. It does not sedate you. It is not a sleeping pill, and it does not work like one. What it does is something more subtle, and in some ways more interesting. It is a signal, a chemical signal that your brain broadcasts to the rest of your body in the dark, a kind of biological announcement that says, conditions for sleep are now appropriate. It is less like a sleeping pill and more like a flag going up at dusk over a harbor, telling the ships that it is time to think about coming in. The ships still decide, the conditions still have to be right, but the flag is up, and the body notices. Melatonin begins to rise, in most people, somewhere around 2 hours before their typical sleep time. I say most people because there is variation here, real and significant variation, and we will spend a lot of time on that variation later, on the whole question of why some people are naturally early risers and others are naturally night owls, and why neither of those things is a character flaw. But for a rough guide, 2 hours or so before you would naturally fall asleep, the pineal gland begins its work. The melatonin level in your blood rises slowly. It peaks somewhere in the middle of the night. And then, before you wake, it begins to fall again. The fall timed, somehow, so that by the time you open your eyes, the melatonin has already been clearing from your system for some time, and you are ready to be awake. The timing of all of this is controlled by the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is where we need to spend some real time. Because the suprachiasmatic nucleus is the thing. It is the seat of all of this. The master clock. The thing that tells the pineal gland when to release melatonin, that tells your body temperature when to rise and when to fall, that tells your heart when to slow, and your immune system when to shift into its nightly mode of repair, that tells your kidneys when to reduce their output, so you don't have to get up 5 times in the night, that tells your cortisol when to start its morning surge, so you are ready to wake up, and a dozen other things besides. Everything runs on its schedule. Everything takes its cue from that small cluster of neurons sitting just above the place where your optic nerves cross, the suprachiasmatic nucleus. Say it once slowly. Supra, meaning above. Chiasm, from the Greek word for the letter X, referring to the crossing of the optic nerves directly below it. Nucleus, because it is a defined cluster of nerve cells, a nucleus in the anatomical sense. So the whole name just means the nucleus sitting above the crossing, named for where it is. It sits in the hypothalamus, which is itself a small but enormously important region in the center of the brain, responsible for regulating body temperature, hunger, thirst, the stress response, the sleep-wake cycle, and a range of other functions that make it sound implausibly busy for something the size of an almond. The hypothalamus is the body's great regulator, and the suprachiasmatic nucleus is the timekeeper inside the regulator. Its location above the optic chiasm is not an accident, it is the whole point. Because those intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells in your eye, the ones measuring ambient light for timing purposes, they send their signal not up through the visual cortex, not through the usual pathway that processes what you see, but directly to the suprachiasmatic nucleus along a dedicated pathway called the retino-hypothalamic tract. The signal bypasses the visual processing centers entirely. This means that the light information your body uses for timekeeping reaches the clock before it reaches consciousness. Before you know the room is bright, the clock already knows. Before you think about whether it is day or night, the clock has already received the report. Which is why, when you were younger and you fell asleep in a brightly lit room, you might have felt, on waking, oddly disoriented, not rested. The light had been telling your clock the wrong thing the entire time you slept. The clock was confused even while you were unconscious. You didn't know. Your experience was of sleeping. But underneath that experience, the timing system was receiving signals that didn't match the rest of the body's state, and the result was a kind of low-level biological friction, a sense of things not quite fitting, that you might have noticed as groggy or off or simply not quite right on waking. Right now, in the room you are in, the light is probably low, or there is no light at all. Or what light there is comes from a lamp with a warm, low, amber-toned bulb, the kind of light that is easy on those specialized cells, the kind that doesn't fire up the melanopsin response because the wavelength isn't quite right. The blue isn't there, or isn't strong enough, and so the signal stays quiet, and the melatonin keeps rising, and your body is receiving exactly the right message for this hour. You are already doing this. You probably did not consciously decide to do it. You just turned off the overhead light, or you are in a room that is simply dark, or you put on something to watch that had the screen on its dimmest setting, and without knowing it, without trying, you were cooperating with the system, giving it what it needed. The clock doesn't need much. It needs the right light at the right time. In the morning, it wants bright light, preferably the real kind from outside, to anchor the timing of the day. In the evening, it wants the light to fade. It wants the signals from those retinal cells to go quiet. It wants permission to begin the evening cascade, the melatonin rise, the temperature drop, the slowing, and in this moment, it has that. You are giving it that right now, without any effort, without any technique. There is something restful in that thought, if you let it be. The size of the suprachiasmatic nucleus is worth pausing on, just for a moment, because the gap between how small it is and how much it coordinates is genuinely astonishing. The whole thing, both sides together, because there are two of them, one on the left and one on the right, contains somewhere around 20,000 neurons. 20,000 sounds like a lot until you put it next to the figure for the entire brain, which runs somewhere around 86 billion neurons. So the suprachiasmatic nucleus represents something like 0.00002% of the brain by neuron count. A rounding error, a speck. And yet it governs the daily timing of nearly every organ and tissue in the body. It is not alone in doing this, to be fair. There are peripheral clocks everywhere. In your liver, in your lungs, in your skin, in your stomach, in your heart, in cells throughout the body. These peripheral clocks run on the same basic molecular machinery, and they keep their own local time. But they are subsidiary to the master clock in the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the way the clocks in a large building keep their own time but are periodically corrected by the one authoritative clock in the lobby. The master clock sends signals, hormonal and neural, that keep all the peripheral clocks synchronized with each other and with the external world. When everything is aligned, when the master clock and the peripheral clocks and the external light-dark cycle are all running in step, the result is something the body does remarkably well. The right things happen at the right time. The right enzymes are available at peak when the right foods arrive. The immune system does its repair work during the recovery hours of early sleep. The memory consolidation that sleep is famous for happens in the right sequence. The stress hormones are low when they should be low, and rising when the body needs them. Everything is timed, everything is orchestrated, and the orchestra conductor is that tiny pair of nuclei sitting above the X, in the center of your head, that you have probably never once thought about. It is thinking about you, in a sense, or not thinking, but attending, tracking, keeping time, and right now it is in the quiet phase of that job. The morning work was hours ago. The bright light of the early day, whatever it was for you, anchored the clock, confirmed the timing, said, "Yes, this is morning. Here is when the day begins. Set the phase from here." And from that anchor point, the rest of the day unfolded in its proper biological sequence. Even if your experience of the day was nothing like a sequence, even if the day was chaotic and overstimulating and completely unpredictable, underneath all of that, the clock kept going, patient, inexorable, quiet. Let's think about the molecular side of this for a moment. Not to overwhelm, but to give a sense of how precise this really is. Inside the neurons of the suprachiasmatic nucleus, there is a set of genes that form what scientists call a transcription-translation feedback loop, which sounds like jargon, and it is, a little, but the concept is simple enough. A set of genes gets turned on. They produce proteins. The proteins build up over time. When there are enough of them, they turn the genes off. The proteins gradually degrade. When there are few enough of them, the genes turn on again. And so on. The cycle from on to off and back to on takes approximately 24 hours. Not because anyone designed it to take 24 hours, because the rates of production and degradation of these proteins, calibrated over an enormous stretch of evolutionary time, happen to produce a cycle of that length. It is a clock made of chemistry, a timer built out of the natural rates at which proteins are made and broken down. And it runs in every neuron of the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and all those neurons are coupled to each other, communicating, synchronizing, so that the whole structure pulses together as one coherent oscillator. Not perfectly in unison, there is some variation at the cellular level, but as a population, they produce a clean, reliable, approximately 24-hour rhythm. The word approximately is doing a lot of work there, and it matters. Because here is one of the stranger and more interesting things about human circadian biology. In conditions of complete isolation, when people are removed from all time cues, no sunlight, no clocks, no social cues, no meal times, nothing, their internal clock tends to run a little slow. The rhythm persists. That much was established in early isolation studies that are now classics of the field. People spending weeks in underground bunkers or specially designed windowless apartments, and their sleep and wake times shifting gradually day by day, but the rhythm itself remaining, the cycle continuing. The clock kept going without external cues, just slightly off. In most people, the internal rhythm in isolation tends to run a little longer than 24 hours, maybe 24.1 hours, maybe 24.2 or 24.3. The exact number varies between people. But the drift is real, and it means that without daily light exposure to reset it, the clock would slowly slide out of phase with the actual day, wake up a little later each day, fall asleep a little later each night, drift around the clock. This is why the morning light matters. Every day, the light entering your eyes in the early part of the morning hits those specialized retinal cells and fires a signal to the suprachiasmatic nucleus that essentially says, "Anchor here. This is dawn. This is the start of the day. Reset to this point." The technical term for this is entrainment. The external light-dark cycle entrains the internal rhythm, pulling it into alignment with the 24-hour rotation of the Earth. Without that daily entrainment, the clock drifts. With it, the clock stays anchored, and everything that is timed to that clock stays on schedule. Which means, when you think about it, that the light you see every morning is not just light, it is information, temporal information. It is the world telling your biology what time it is, and your biology accepting the correction and resetting accordingly, every single day. A daily calibration that you never notice happening because it has always happened. From the first time you saw morning light as a newborn, from the first time your eyes opened in a world that alternated between bright and dark, between presence and absence of the sun. Every morning, reset. Every day, the clock is re-anchored to the planet. Right now, the planet is in a particular position relative to the sun. Whatever that means for the season and your latitude, it means something for your clock, something precise and specific, because the timing of dawn and dusk changes with the seasons, and the suprachiasmatic nucleus tracks those changes, adjusting the melatonin window, adjusting the whole phase of the rhythm, so that your body's cycle is synchronized not just to a generalized 24 hours, but to this specific part of the world. That is an almost implausible level of precision for something that runs silently in the background while you go about your day. And now it is running in a direction you can probably feel. Not feel explicitly, perhaps, but there is something that is different about lying down in a quiet, dim room in the evening versus lying down at noon. Something in the quality of your stillness, something in how much effort it takes to stay alert, or doesn't take, because the effort is fading, the need for effort is quietly dissolving, and that dissolving is not random, it is timed. It was timed from the moment you woke up this morning. Notice, just for a moment, the temperature of your hands, or the feeling of the weight of your body against whatever you are lying on, the way the air in the room has settled, the quality of the silence or the near silence. These small sensory facts are not separate from the science we are talking about. They are the science, the cooling of the room, the lowering of ambient light, the quieting of sounds, the stillness. All of these are the same signals that have always told animal life that night has come. They are the context that the clock reads, and the clock is reading them right now, in this room, in this moment. There is a long and winding path between the first single-celled organisms that responded to the presence or absence of sunlight and the moment you are in right now, lying still, breathing slowly, listening to someone talk quietly about the architecture of a rhythm that runs in your cells. That path is not something you can fully picture. 500 million years is not a number the mind can really hold. But you can feel the end of the path. You are at the end of it. And what you are feeling, this settling, this leaning towards sleep, this gentle loosening of the grip on the day, this is what 500 million years of biological refinement feels like from the inside. It feels like this, like nothing dramatic, like the most natural thing in the world, which it is. Let's think about what we know of the molecular clockwork in a little more detail, because there is something almost meditative about how these protein cycles unfold. Once you have a picture of them, the key players in the molecular clock of the suprachiasmatic nucleus are a set of proteins that were first characterized in detail in fruit flies, which is one of those scientific facts that sounds slightly absurd until you realize that the core molecular machinery of the circadian clock is conserved so thoroughly across species that understanding it in a fruit fly tells you a great deal about how it works in a human brain. The genes involved have names like clock and BMAL1 and period and cryptochrome, which are wonderful names, slightly whimsical, the kind of names that scientists give things when they are still exploring and haven't yet decided to be formal about it. Clock and BMAL1 are the activators. They partner up and bind to DNA, switching on the genes that produce period and cryptochrome proteins. Period and cryptochrome then accumulate over several hours, slowly building up in the cell, and eventually, when there is enough of them, they loop back and inhibit clock and BMAL1. They turn off the thing that was making them, so the production stops and now the degradation of the existing period and cryptochrome proteins takes over, slowly reducing the pile, and after a while there is so little of them left that clock and BMAL1 are no longer inhibited, and the cycle starts again. Around and around, taking roughly 24 hours per revolution, in every neuron of the suprachiasmatic nucleus, simultaneously, coupled, in sync. What is remarkable is that this is the clock, not a metaphor for the clock, not something that feeds into the clock. This protein cycle is the clock itself. The timekeeping is in the chemistry. It is in the rates at which these proteins are produced and degraded, rates that are stable enough to produce a near 24-hour rhythm and yet flexible enough to be tuned by the light signals that come in from the retina each morning. Because light, when it reaches the suprachiasmatic nucleus via the retinohypothalamic tract, does something precise. It adjusts the production rate of some of these proteins. It shifts the phase of the oscillation. It is the mechanism by which morning light resets the clock each day. So when you say the body responds to light, what you mean, at the molecular level, is that light adjusts the rates of protein production in 20,000 neurons, and that adjustment shifts the phase of a self-sustaining chemical oscillation so that it aligns with the external day. Every morning, the light reaches your eye. The specialized cells fire, the signal reaches the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the protein cycles shift their phase, and the clock is re-anchored to the planet for another day. This happens while you are making coffee, or looking out the window, or simply existing in a space that has light in it. You do not notice it happening. It requires no effort. It is just the system doing what it does, making the adjustment that keeps everything aligned. There is something I keep coming back to when I think about all of this, and it is the sheer ordinariness of it. The fact that it works through the most basic available mechanism, chemistry. Not some exotic quantum process, not some mysterious force, just proteins being made and broken down at particular rates, in cycles, over and over. The same kind of chemistry that is happening everywhere, in biology, in metabolism, in immune function, in every cellular process. But in the suprachiasmatic nucleus, that chemistry has been tuned over enormous stretches of time so that it takes approximately 1 day to complete its cycle, and in doing so, it creates a clock, a real, functional, cellular clock that governs the daily rhythm of an entire organism, which is, when you stop and think about it, genuinely strange. In the way that all very real things are strange, when you look at them closely enough. The weight of your body right now, the slight heaviness of your limbs, the way your breathing has probably slowed just a little since you settled in, that is not separate from this chemistry. It is downstream of it. The protein cycles in the suprachiasmatic nucleus are in their evening configuration. They are signaling to the pineal gland that it is time to release melatonin, and the melatonin is in your blood right now, has been rising for the past hour or more, telling every cell in your body that conditions for sleep are appropriate, and your cells are listening, not consciously, not with anything like intention, but the message is being received, and the body is responding, and the response is this: the gradual, steady, almost geological settling of everything toward rest. The melatonin itself moves through your blood like a tide coming in, not rushing, not sudden, just a slow and steady rise that covers everything eventually. It does not do a single thing dramatically. It adjusts receptor sensitivity in various places. It modulates body temperature. It acts on the suprachiasmatic nucleus itself in a kind of feedback loop, confirming to the master clock that the signal is being received, that the cascade is underway, that the night phase is beginning. It is a messenger that confirms its own message. There is something almost conversational about it. The clock says it is dark, begin the evening phase. Melatonin rises. Melatonin then says back to the clock, yes, confirmed, evening phase has begun. And the clock adjusts slightly based on that confirmation, refining its sense of where in the cycle it is. All of this happening wordlessly, in the dark, in the center of your head. We will spend time on melatonin's nuances later, on the real story of what it does and doesn't do, because there is a lot of accumulated misunderstanding around it, and some of that misunderstanding is worth gently untangling. For now, just the broad shape of it, the clock drives it. It rises in the dark. It falls before the light. It is not a sleeping pill. It is a signal that tonight, right now, your body is receiving without interruption, without confusion, without conflict. You are in darkness or near it. You are still. You are breathing slowly. The signal is clean. And the clock is doing exactly what it was always going to do tonight. There is a phrase that comes up in circadian biology, in the research literature, that I find quietly striking: the biological night. The biological night is not the same as the actual night in the astronomical sense. It is not simply when the sun has set. The biological night is the window of time during which your body's internal clock is in its night phase configuration, when melatonin is elevated, when core body temperature is at or approaching its minimum, when the cellular processes that characterize the sleep period are active or approaching. The biological night is internally defined, not externally. And here is what is interesting about that. Your biological night begins before you go to sleep. It begins in the evening, before you lie down, before you close your eyes. The body starts transitioning into night phase configuration while you are still awake. The melatonin is already rising. The temperature is already beginning to drop. The neurological preparation for sleep is already underway. You are in your biological night right now. You entered it before you decided to lie down. The decision to lie down was downstream of a transition that had already begun in your cells, in your blood, in the quiet signaling of your master clock. The body was already pointing towards sleep before your mind agreed to go there, which means that in some sense, lying here is not a decision you are forcing against the body's preference. You are just agreeing with what your biology had already decided. You are going where the current was already carrying you. That is worth resting in. The current was already running this way. This is not effort. This is alignment. The way a boat moving with the current doesn't fight and doesn't strain. It just moves, because the water is going that way anyway, and there is nothing to push against. The night phase biology is the current, and you are in it, and it is taking you somewhere you have been 1,000 times before, a place that is as familiar as any place can be, the place of sleep, the place your body has been navigating toward since you first opened your eyes this morning, which is one of the things that tends to get lost in the modern conversation about sleep, in all the advice and the optimization and the tracking of sleep scores, and the anxious checking of whether you are getting enough REM. What gets lost is that sleep is not something you do to yourself. It is something that happens when the conditions are right, and the conditions, the real conditions, are mostly biological and mostly internal. The external things help or hinder. The light helps or hinders. The temperature of the room, the timing of the last meal, the noise level, the stress, all of these help or hinder. But the underlying machinery is not yours to operate. It operates itself. It has always operated itself. And what you are doing right now, the lying still, the low light, the quiet room, the slowing breath, you are not operating the machine. You are just getting out of its way. There is a difference between those two things that matters more than it might seem. Let's think now about the body temperature piece of this. because it is one of the more tangible aspects of the circadian rhythm, one you can almost feel if you pay attention, and it is also one of the less discussed ones, which is a shame because what it reveals about the precision of the whole system is worth knowing. Your core body temperature, the temperature inside, not at the skin surface but at the core, follows its own circadian rhythm. It rises during the active part of the day, peaks somewhere in the late afternoon or early evening, and then falls during the night, reaching its minimum somewhere in the very early morning hours, around 4 or 5 in the morning for most people, though again this varies by chronotype, which we will get to. The range of this daily temperature fluctuation is not enormous. It is something like 1 to 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is maybe 2 degrees Fahrenheit or so, not a dramatic difference. But it is real, and it is precisely timed, and it matters enormously for sleep. The cooling of core body temperature in the evening is both a sign that sleep is approaching and a facilitator of sleep onset. Sleep itself cannot really begin in earnest when the body's core temperature is still high. There is a thermal threshold, in a sense, a temperature the body needs to be at or below before the brain can transition effectively into sleep. The circadian-driven drop in core temperature in the evening is part of the mechanism that opens the door for sleep. Here is how the physics of it works. When your core temperature drops, the body has to lose heat somewhere. Heat doesn't just disappear. It has to be moved from the core to the periphery and then radiated outward to the environment. And the way the body moves heat from the core to the periphery is by dilating the blood vessels in the skin, particularly in the hands and feet. Blood that carries warmth from the deep core flows out to the skin surface, where it can dissipate that warmth into the air. Which is why, in the evening, as the circadian temperature rhythm begins its descent, your hands and feet tend to become warmer than they were during the day. It is called distal vasodilation, and it is measurable. You can actually track the onset of this in laboratory conditions and predict with reasonable accuracy when a person is going to fall asleep based on when their hand and foot temperatures begin to rise. Think about that. Your sleeping body is measurable in its hands before it has done anything you would recognize as sleep, which is why, if you have ever noticed that your feet are warm and your body feels comfortable and slightly heavy and sleep seems genuinely close, you are reading a real biological signal. The warmth in your hands, the comfortable heaviness, those are not random. They are the distal vasodilation of your evening temperature drop, the body actively redistributing warmth from the inside to the outside, preparing to radiate heat away so the core temperature can fall to where it needs to be. The room temperature matters here too, and in a way that is worth understanding without turning it into a prescription. A room that is too warm makes this process harder. If the ambient air temperature is high, the body cannot easily radiate heat outward through the skin, and the core temperature drop is slowed or impaired. A cooler room facilitates the process because it gives the body something to radiate into. The exact temperature that is ideal varies enormously between people, and it also depends on what you are wearing and what you are sleeping under, so pinning it to a specific number doesn't really work. The body knows what it needs. The body is always trying to do the thing it needs to do. A cooler environment just gives it room to do it more easily. Right now, whatever the temperature of the air around you is, your body is doing its best with it. If the room is cool, the process is easy, almost automatic. If it is warm, the body is working a little harder, finding the path it needs. Either way, the core temperature is on its way down. The circadian rhythm is driving that, not the room temperature. The room temperature just helps or slightly hinders. The driver is internal. The driver is always internal. Notice if your hands feel slightly warm right now, or your feet if you can feel them. That warmth, if it is there, is not a coincidence. It is the vasodilation. It is the blood-moving heat outward so the core can cool. It is the circadian rhythm doing its thermal work in your most peripheral tissues, using the physics of heat transfer to prepare you for sleep. It happens every night. It has always happened every night. And most nights you don't notice it at all because you are already asleep by the time the process reaches its most obvious phase. But tonight, in the space of this conversation, you might catch the edge of it, the slight warmth in the extremities, the comfortable weight, the temperature of the air against your face or your arms. All of it coordinated, all of it timed, all of it exactly what is supposed to be happening right now. Let's go back to the suprachiasmatic nucleus for a moment, not to revisit what we already covered, but to look at something slightly different about it, which is how it communicates outward to the rest of the body. Because the suprachiasmatic nucleus is the master clock, but it has to somehow tell all those peripheral clocks what time it is. And it does this through two main channels, which is interesting because the two channels are so different from each other. The first is neural. The suprachiasmatic nucleus has direct and indirect connections to other brain regions, including areas that control the autonomic nervous system, the branch of the nervous system that governs heart rate, blood pressure, digestion, body temperature regulation, and a range of other involuntary functions. Through these connections, the master clock can reach the body's organs and tissues via the nervous system, adjusting things like heart rate variability and blood pressure according to the time of day. The second channel is hormonal. The suprachiasmatic nucleus drives the rhythmic release of hormones that then circulate through the bloodstream and reach tissues throughout the body. Melatonin from the pineal gland is the most famous of these, but cortisol, which is driven by its own circadian rhythm and peaks in the early morning hours, is another critical one. The cortisol morning peak is the body's internal alarm clock, a hormonal surge that begins rising before you wake and reaches its peak shortly after waking, helping to mobilize energy, sharpen alertness, and prepare the body for the demands of the day. It is the chemical complement to the dawn light signal, an internal announcement that morning has arrived and the active phase is beginning. Together, the neural and hormonal channels allow the suprachiasmatic nucleus to reach into nearly every tissue and organ in the body and communicate the time of day. Not explicitly, not with anything like words or information in the abstract sense, but with chemical signals and neural inputs that shift the state of those tissues, tuning their activity up or down according to where in the daily cycle they are. The liver, for example, runs its own molecular clock, and that clock controls the timing of metabolic processes, including how it handles glucose and fats and drugs. The liver clock is not synchronized by light the way the master clock is. It is synchronized partly by feeding time. When you eat, influences the phase of the liver clock, which is one reason that eating at times that are out of phase with the rest of the circadian system, eating late at night when the metabolic machinery is in its rest phase, can create a kind of temporal conflict inside the body. The master clock is saying one thing, and the liver clock, being reset by the timing of food, is starting to say something slightly different. The two clocks drift out of alignment, and when clocks disagree, the system doesn't work as smoothly. This is part of why shift work, which we will discuss at length later, creates such significant physiological challenges. It is not just the sleep deprivation, though that is very real. It is the internal misalignment, the fact that different clocks in the body are being pulled in different directions by different Zeitgebers, which is the German word for time givers, the external cues that synchronize the internal clocks. Light is the primary Zeitgeber for the master clock. Food timing is a powerful zeitgeber for the peripheral clocks. Exercise timing matters, social cues matter to some degree. And when these different time givers are sending conflicting signals, the body is trying to do too many things at once, and the elegant coordination that normally characterizes the circadian system starts to fray. But we are not there yet. Right now, in this room, in this hour, the signals are aligned. The light is low, the activity is low, the hour is appropriate. All the zeitgebers are saying the same thing, and the body, receiving a clear and consistent signal from all directions, is moving into its night phase configuration without friction, without conflict, without the confusion that comes when the signals disagree. This is what it is supposed to feel like. This particular quality of ease, of not having to fight anything, of the body doing something that does not require any active cooperation from you. This is circadian alignment, and it is worth noticing, not anxiously, not clinically, but just noticing. The way you might notice the feeling of warm sun on your skin, not as data to analyze, but as a simple, pleasant sensation that tells you something true about where you are and what the world is doing around you. Something the world is doing around you right now is getting quieter, or has already gotten quieter. The sounds of the late day, traffic or conversation, or whatever, fills the audible space of your particular evening, have thinned or faded. What is left is simpler, a lower sound floor, closer things, the sounds of a house at rest, or a neighborhood settling, or simply the near silence of a room in which nothing much is happening. These sounds are their own kind of signal, not a circadian signal in the technical sense, not a zeitgeber in the formal classification. But the body responds to quiet. It recognizes the reduced auditory input as another data point in the accumulating picture of nighttime, of safety, of appropriate conditions for release. The nervous system is always monitoring, even when you are unaware of it, even when you feel completely relaxed. Some part of the nervous system is doing a constant, quiet assessment of the environment, checking for anomalies, checking for threats, doing the background safety scan that keeps life alive. And when the environment is consistently quiet, consistently dark, consistently still, that background scanner starts to relax its vigil. Not entirely, never entirely, because waking in the night to respond to a real threat is something the body has always needed to be able to do. But the overall level of alertness goes down, the threat detection threshold rises, the system allows itself to step back from its vigilant posture, and in that stepping back, something opens. Not a dramatic opening, not a door swinging wide, more like the gradual relaxation of a muscle that has been subtly tensed all day. You don't notice it tensing usually. You don't notice it relaxing either usually. But there are moments, in the quiet part of the evening, when you can catch the edge of that release. A kind of slight dissolving, a softening around the edges. You may have felt something like it already tonight. That slight heaviness, that mild disinterest in the events of the day, which seemed so pressing this afternoon and now feel more remote. That quality that is not quite thinking and not quite not thinking, that is the nervous system's alert posture beginning to drop. That is the parasympathetic nervous system taking a slightly firmer hold of the wheel from the sympathetic, shifting the balance from alertness to ease, and the circadian rhythm is driving that shift, just as it drives the temperature drop and the melatonin rise. The autonomic nervous system has its own daily rhythm, its own circadian pattern of sympathetic and parasympathetic balance. The morning and the active day are more sympathetic, more alert, more ready to act. The evening and the night are more parasympathetic, more oriented toward rest and repair, and the quiet work of recovery. You are already in the parasympathetic part of the day. You entered it without doing anything. We should talk, at some point soon, about what happens when the rhythm falls out of sync, because understanding that is part of the whole picture, part of what makes the aligned state feel like what it is. But before we do, it is worth spending a little more time on melatonin, because the popular understanding of it is in some ways so far from the biological reality that the distance is worth covering. Melatonin is produced by the pineal gland. The pineal gland is a small pea-shaped structure that sits near the center of the brain, not in the hypothalamus but nearby, in the epithalamus. It was historically thought of as vestigial, as something the body had but didn't really use, a relic of some earlier evolutionary stage. That turned out to be quite wrong. The pineal gland's production of melatonin is one of the most precisely timed and physiologically significant processes in the daily biology of mammals. What triggers melatonin production from the pineal gland is a signal from the suprachiasmatic nucleus. The master clock, based on its reading of the light-dark cycle, sends a signal along a neural pathway that eventually reaches the pineal gland and tells it to start releasing melatonin into the bloodstream. This signal goes out only when the clock says it is night. During the day, the signal is suppressed by the light input, and melatonin stays low. As light fades and the clock transitions into night phase operation, the suppression lifts, and melatonin begins to rise. The rise itself is gradual, not a sudden flood, a slow tide. In a person who is following a fairly regular schedule and getting appropriate light exposure during the day, melatonin will begin to be detectable in the blood in the early to mid-evening, often starting somewhere around 1 to 2 hours before that person's typical sleep time. It continues to rise through the early part of the night. It peaks, for most people, somewhere in the middle of the sleep period, roughly around 2 or 3 in the morning, though this varies with chronotype. And then, well before waking, it begins to fall, dropping back to low daytime levels by the time morning arrives. The reason melatonin falls before waking, and not at waking, is important. The body is preparing for wakefulness before wakefulness occurs. The melatonin drop is part of the preparation, along with the beginning of the cortisol rise and the warming of core body temperature that begins in the very early morning hours. By the time you open your eyes, the internal biological preparation for the active day is already well underway. Waking is not the beginning of that preparation, it is the completion of it, which means that, in some sense, the biological transition from night to day is already happening before you are conscious of it. The clock acts in advance of your awareness. It always has. Now, what does melatonin actually do in the tissues where its receptors are found? Because there are melatonin receptors in a number of places throughout the body, in the brain, and in peripheral tissues, and the question of what activating those receptors actually accomplishes is a nuanced one. In the suprachiasmatic nucleus itself, melatonin acts on receptors there and helps to consolidate the circadian signal, reinforcing the night phase of the master clock's rhythm. There is a feedback loop. The clock drives melatonin production, and melatonin feeds back to fine-tune the clock. In peripheral tissues, melatonin's effects are varied. There is evidence that it plays a role in immune function, that melatonin signaling during the night helps to coordinate certain aspects of the immune response that are best performed during the rest period. There is also evidence of melatonin's involvement in reproductive biology, particularly in seasonal animals whose reproductive cycles are tied to day length, though this is less directly relevant to human sleep. What melatonin does not do, and this is the important part, is directly sedate. It does not act on the same receptors as sleeping pills. It does not produce unconsciousness. It does not force the brain into sleep. What it does is create a state of readiness for sleep, a lowering of the arousal threshold, a shift in the body's physiological state toward the conditions that make sleep easy to enter. It is the difference between a door being unlocked and a door being opened. Melatonin unlocks the door. The drive to sleep, the homeostatic pressure from accumulated wakefulness, and the circadian dip in alertness opens it. This is why melatonin supplements, which have become enormously popular, don't necessarily work the way most people think they do. Taking a large dose of melatonin does not reliably induce sleep in the same way that a sedative would. What it may do, in certain circumstances, is help shift the timing of sleep, or help the body enter a night phase state when circumstances have pushed the clock out of alignment. Travelers moving across time zones, people trying to adjust to a new schedule, people whose natural melatonin production is delayed by their chronotype. In some of these situations, melatonin taken at a specific time may help nudge the clock. But for most people lying in their own beds at their normal sleep time, whose circadian rhythm is reasonably well synchronized, the benefit is mostly that the supplement dose is more melatonin on top of melatonin that is already rising anyway. The body is already doing the thing, which is again worth noticing. The body doesn't need help with this part. The melatonin is already rising. Right now, as you lie here, the tide is already coming in. No supplement required. No technique required. The gland is doing its job. The clock told it to. And the clock got its information from the light. And the light has been going down for hours. And the whole cascade has been running without interruption, without assistance, without your conscious participation. A small cluster of neurons above the crossing of the optic nerves has been quietly running the show this entire time. And it is doing fine, better than fine. It is doing exactly what it was always going to do tonight, in the same way it has done it every night of your life, adapting to the seasons as the days lengthen and shorten, adapting to your latitude, adapting to changes in your schedule with a certain degree of flexibility, always returning, always resetting, always finding the rhythm again. The rhythm is not something you can lose permanently. It can be disrupted, it can be pushed and strained, and temporarily pulled out of phase with the external world. We will talk about all of that. But it cannot be lost, because the oscillation is in the cells. The molecular clockwork keeps ticking regardless. What gets disrupted is the alignment, the synchronization between the internal clock and the external world, and the beautiful, reassuring fact about that kind of disruption is that it is correctable by the same simple mechanism that has always corrected it. Light at the right time, darkness at the right time. The planet keeps turning, the light-dark cycle keeps cycling, and as long as you exist in a world that alternates between bright and dark, your internal clock will keep finding the external world and re-anchoring to it. Slowly, sometimes, not always on the exact schedule you might prefer, but persistently, reliably, inevitably. Now let's talk about what it feels like when the alignment is off, because most people have felt this at some point, even if they didn't have a name for what was happening. And the clearest, most universal example is one that probably every person listening has experienced at least once: jet lag. Jet lag is circadian misalignment in its most vivid, most immediate, most undeniable form. It is the thing that makes abstract biology suddenly very, very concrete. Because when you have jet lag, you don't need anyone to explain what a circadian rhythm is. You feel it. You feel the gap between what the clock on the wall says and what your body says, and the gap is uncomfortable in a way that is almost impossible to fully describe to someone who hasn't experienced it. Let's walk through what is actually happening. When you travel rapidly across time zones, your body's internal clock does not travel with you. Or rather, It travels with you physically, of course, but its phase, the point in its daily cycle where it currently is, stays where it was. If you fly from London to New York, crossing 5 time zones westward, your body's clock is still running on London time. It thinks it is, say, 10 in the evening. But the New York environment is telling it that it is 5 in the afternoon, and the light outside is the light of a 5 o'clock afternoon, bright and still angled, not yet evening. Your clock says, time to begin melatonin production, time to start the evening wind down. The external world says, it is still afternoon, the sun is still up, be alert. The conflict between those two messages is jet lag. Your melatonin is rising at what your body considers the appropriate time, but that time is the wrong time for where you are. Your core temperature is doing its thing, but the phase is off. Your cortisol had its morning peak at what felt like the appropriate time in your body, but that meant it peaked in the middle of the New York night. Your alertness and your fatigue are arriving at the wrong times. Your hunger is out of phase with the available meal times. Everything that is timed by the internal clock is now running on the wrong schedule for the environment you are in. And the mismatch is uncomfortable in a very specific way. It is not just tiredness. Tiredness from not sleeping enough is one thing, a simple deficit with a simple solution. Jet lag is something different. It is the sense of being fundamentally out of phase with the world around you, a kind of temporal vertigo, a feeling that the world's timing and your timing are not speaking the same language. The bright lobby of the hotel at 2 in the morning feels wrong in a way that is not just about brightness. It is wrong because your body is trying to be deeply asleep right now, and the environment is insisting it is midday. And those two realities cannot both be true. The good news, and it is worth saying this clearly, is that jet lag resolves. It always resolves, because the mechanism that resolves it, the light-driven re-entrainment of the master clock, keeps working. Every morning that you wake up in the new time zone and get light exposure at the local morning time, the clock shifts a little toward the new phase. Every evening when the local light dims, it reinforces the new phase. The shift can only happen at a certain rate, roughly 1 to 2 hours of phase shift per day for most people, which is why crossing 5 time zones takes several days to fully recover from. But it happens. The clock adjusts, the melatonin moves to the right time, the temperature curve realigns. The cortisol finds the new morning, and eventually, sometimes 4 or 5 or 6 days later, the body's time and the local time are back in agreement. And when that agreement is restored, the relief is palpable. Not because anything feels dramatically different, not because some new sensation arrives, but because the friction is gone, the subtle, pervasive sense of wrongness, of being out of phase, resolves, and what you are left with is the ordinary baseline of being alive in a place where your clock and the planet's clock agree, which is not something you normally notice because it is so constant. You only notice it when it is gone, when the friction of misalignment makes the absence of friction suddenly something you are aware of. The circadian alignment you are in right now, in this room, in this hour, is something like that. Not dramatic, not something you would pick out of a moment of your day and say, here, this is the thing. But it is there. It is the quality of ease in lying still at this hour, the lack of friction, the sense of the body moving in the same direction as the day, as the season, as the planet's slow turn. That is worth staying with for a moment. The alignment itself, not analyzing it, just letting it be what it is. Something is happening in the room right now that is worth naming, even though naming it almost interrupts it. Your breathing, if you check it, is probably slower than it was when you first settled in. Not dramatically slower, not the slow, rhythmic breathing of deep sleep, but there is likely a difference. A slight deepening, a slight lengthening of the pause between breaths. That change is not something you chose. Your respiratory rate is also influenced by the circadian rhythm and by the accumulating state of the body as it moves towards sleep. The breath slows because the system is slowing, not because you decided to slow it, but because the clock said it was time. The breath is one of the few autonomic functions you can also control consciously, if you choose to, which makes it an interesting bridge between the voluntary and the involuntary. But tonight, you don't need to do anything with it. Just notice it. The way it has found its own rhythm, separate from any effort. The way it is simply doing what it does when you let it. That is not a breathing exercise, that is just breathing. And the breathing is part of the same cascade as everything else. The clock, the melatonin, the temperature, the slowing of the breath. One system, one rhythm, all of it heading in the same direction. Let me take a slight step sideways here, because there is something about the concept of the circadian rhythm that people sometimes misunderstand, and clearing it up actually makes the whole thing more interesting, not less. When people hear circadian rhythm, they sometimes think of it as a single rhythm, a single oscillation, one sine wave running through the body. But the reality is more like an orchestra playing in time. There is the master clock, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, setting the tempo, and then there are hundreds of peripheral clocks, one in nearly every organ and tissue type, each keeping its own time but synchronized to the master, each producing its own rhythm in the gene expression of that tissue, each regulating the local biology of that organ according to the time of day. Your liver has a clock, your lungs have a clock, your skin has a clock, your bone marrow has a clock, your pancreas has a clock, the cells of your gut lining have a clock. The rhythm of melatonin in your blood is one instrument. The rhythm of cortisol is another. The rhythm of your core body temperature is a third. The rhythm of your heart rate variability is a fourth. Insulin sensitivity, which peaks in the morning and is lower in the evening, follows its own circadian pattern. Blood pressure, lung function, the immune response, the rate of cell division, the sensitivity of pain receptors, all of these follow daily rhythms that are driven by this distributed system of synchronized clocks. The circadian rhythm is not one thing, it is everything, all tuned to the same beat, which is why disrupting it causes such broad effects. It is not like disrupting one organ, it is like knocking a whole orchestra out of time with itself. Different sections, different instruments, still playing, but no longer aligned with each other. The music becomes noise, not silence, not nothing, but the coordination that made it music is gone. And then the conductor, the master clock in the suprachiasmatic nucleus, starts working on getting everyone back in tempo, because that is also what it does. It is not just a timekeeper, it is a resynchronizer. It is always, perpetually, working to align the whole system. Morning light comes in, the clock resets. The signal goes out to all the peripheral clocks. The orchestra finds the beat again. It takes a little time. The instruments don't all snap into perfect synchrony instantaneously, but the process is always happening, always working, always moving toward alignment. Tonight, right now, you are on the better end of that spectrum. The instruments are in time, the conducting is happening, and the result is this: the particular quality of ease and heaviness and quiet that has settled over the room, over your body, over the hour. We should go deeper into some of the more surprising specifics, and one of the most surprising, at least to most people when they first hear it, concerns the light sensitivity of that circadian system we have been talking about, and specifically, the question of why evening light exposure has such a significant effect on sleep timing? We mentioned earlier that the specialized retinal cells, the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, are most sensitive to shorter wavelength light, the blue end of the spectrum, roughly around 480 nanometers. And we mentioned that this is the wavelength richly represented in daylight, in the open sky, in bright overhead light. What we didn't linger on is that this also happens to be the wavelength richly represented in LED screens, computer screens, phone screens, tablet screens, the technology that now surrounds most waking human evenings. And the reason this matters is not alarmist, it is just physics. The light from these screens is spectrally similar enough to daylight that the circadian system, which has been making its inferences about time of day based on the spectral composition of available light for an enormous stretch of evolutionary history, has a hard time telling the difference. A phone screen at arm's length in the evening is not as bright as the midday sky, but it is more similar in its spectral composition to the midday sky than an incandescent lamp or a candle flame. And the circadian system, calibrated to make decisions based on spectral composition as much as intensity, interprets that blue-rich light as a signal that is more day-like than the warm ambient light of a lamp. The result is a partial suppression of melatonin, a partial delay in the melatonin rise, and a corresponding delay in the circadian system's transition into its evening phase. Not a catastrophic delay, not always a large delay, but a real one, measurable in the lab, with real consequences for the timing of sleep onset and, downstream, for the total sleep duration if the morning alarm is fixed. This is not a reason to be anxious about screens or to feel bad about an evening of watching something. It is just useful information about the mechanism. The system is responding to the light you give it. That is exactly what it was designed to do. If the light in your evening is blue, rich and bright, the system reads, "Not yet night." If the light fades and warms and dims, the system reads, "Evening is here." The biology is not making a mistake in either case. It is doing precisely what it should be doing with the information it is receiving. You cannot trick it. You can only change the information, which is its own kind of reassurance, actually. The system is not broken or fragile or fooled. It is reading the environment accurately. Give it accurate information about the time of day, light in the morning, fading light in the evening, and it runs cleanly. The times when it seems to misbehave are mostly the times when the information it is receiving is, from the perspective of a system evolved on a planet without electricity, inaccurate. It is a very old system operating in a very new world, and it is doing its best. Tonight, whatever your evening looked like, whatever light you were exposed to, the fact that you are here, in this room, in this quiet and dim hour, means the transition has begun or is well underway. The melatonin is rising. The temperature is falling. The specialized cells in your retina are receiving a signal that is finally consistent with the message the rest of your biology is sending. Everything is pointing the same way, and that direction, as it has always been, as it will always be, is toward rest. There is a concept that circadian researchers call the sleep gate, which is a useful way of thinking about how the timing of sleep actually works. The sleep gate is a window of time during which the circadian system and the homeostatic sleep pressure are aligned in a way that makes sleep not just possible, but easy. Side the sleep gate, on either end, sleep is harder to achieve or harder to maintain. Before the gate opens, in the early evening, the circadian alerting signal is still strong enough to keep the system from tipping into sleep, even though some homeostatic pressure has accumulated. After the gate closes, in the later part of the night after several hours of sleep, The circadian system begins moving back toward the morning alert phase, which is what eventually wakes you. But inside the gate, in that window of time around your natural sleep time, the circadian alerting signal has sufficiently dropped. The melatonin is elevated, the core temperature is falling, the homeostatic pressure from the day's wakefulness is high, and everything is aligned towards sleep in a way that makes it, when you let it, almost irresistible. You are probably inside that gate right now, or very close to it, which is worth noting not as something to track or analyze, but simply as a fact of where you are in your circadian day. The gate is open, the conditions are right, the body is ready. You don't have to do anything with that information, except notice that you don't have to do anything with it. The sleep gate opens without your help. It closes on its own. While it is open, the body moves towards sleep as water moves toward the lowest point, not because it is being pushed, but because that is the natural direction of the terrain at this hour. Let's come back to the molecular clock for a moment from a slightly different angle, because there is something about how the timing is maintained at the cellular level that seems almost too precise to be real. The proteins in the feedback loop we described, period and cryptochrome and the others, they don't just cycle. They are carefully regulated at every step. Post-translational modifications, which is the biochemical phrase for chemical changes that happen to the protein after it is made, control how stable the proteins are, how quickly they are degraded, and how they interact with each other and with DNA. There are enzymes that phosphorylate the period protein, adding a chemical tag that marks it for degradation. The rate of this phosphorylation affects how long the period protein lasts, and how long it lasts affects the length of the cycle. Mutations in the genes that control this phosphorylation rate in humans produce detectable, heritable changes in the period of the circadian clock. Humans with certain mutations in the casein kinase enzymes that phosphorylate period proteins have circadian rhythms that run slightly faster or slower than average, producing what are called familial advanced sleep phase or familial delayed sleep phase syndromes. The result is that affected individuals are naturally inclined to fall asleep and wake much earlier or much later than average, not as a matter of discipline or habit, but because the molecular clock in their cells runs at a slightly different rate. This is proof as clear as it gets that the timing of the circadian rhythm is genetic in a very specific and mechanistic way. It is not vague heritability. It is not a general predisposition. It is the direct consequence of the rate at which a particular enzyme phosphorylates a particular protein in the feedback loop of the molecular clock. Change the enzyme's rate, change the period length of the clock, change when the person naturally sleeps, which brings us to chronotypes, which is a topic worth spending real time on, and which we will come back to more extensively later. But the preview is this: the variation in when people naturally feel like sleeping, the spectrum from those who feel best, waking at 5 in the morning, to those who feel most alive at midnight, is not a variation in character, or discipline, or virtue. It is a variation in the period and phase of the molecular clock, driven by real, measurable genetic differences in the clock machinery. The morning person and the night person are not the same person with different habits. They are people whose molecular clocks run on genuinely different schedules. And the world, which for most of human history shaped its schedules largely around the rhythms of the sun, has created in the modern era a situation where the external schedule demanded by work and school and social life may or may not align with any individual person's internal schedule, and the mismatch that results is worth understanding for the same reason all of this is worth understanding, not because it gives you something to fix, but because it gives you something to recognize. The clock you have is the clock you have. It is not wrong, it is yours. and it is running right now, in this room, at this hour, on its particular schedule, ticking through the protein cycles that have been running since before you were born, since before anyone understood what they were. The room around you is probably doing one of those things rooms do at night, when the day has fully released its hold on them, going a little quieter, not just in sound but in something harder to name, in the quality of the air, in the texture of the silence, in the way the darkness in the corners is a settled darkness rather than an encroaching one, a darkness that arrived at the appropriate time and belongs here. There is something about a room at rest that is different from a room in use. Not just the absence of activity, something more like the presence of stillness, as if stillness were its own kind of weather. The body in this room is also doing its version of this, not just relaxing in the ordinary sense, but entering the biological quiet that the circadian clock schedules for this hour. The immune system is shifting into one of its repair modes. The cellular maintenance processes, the autophagy, the clearing of metabolic debris are becoming more active. The consolidation of the day's learning, the transfer of short-term memories toward long-term storage, is beginning to set up its mechanisms. All of this is timed by the clock. All of it is beginning now because this is the time the clock schedules for it. And all of it will happen in the background while whatever experience of sleep you are about to have unfolds in the foreground. You will not be aware of any of it. You will simply sleep, or drift towards sleep, or lie in the gentle threshold between waking and not waking that is itself a kind of rest. And while that is happening in your experience, the molecular clock will be turning, the melatonin will be maintaining its elevation, the core temperature will be approaching its nightly nadir, and the 100 clocks in your 100 tissues will be doing the work that this specific window of time is allocated for. The body trusts the clock, even though the mind sometimes doesn't. The mind is the part that checks the time, that worries about whether it is getting enough, that analyzes the quality of the rest, that tries to manage what is already being managed by something far more capable and far more practiced. The body just does the thing. It follows the clock. It follows the schedule that 500 million years of life on a rotating planet has written into its cells. And if tonight you can let the mind rest too, not by forcing it, not by making rest another thing to achieve, but by simply following where the body is already going, by letting the current carry you, rather than trying to swim somewhere specific, then the sleep that arrives will be the kind that always arrives when the conditions are right and there is no one fighting it. The conditions are right. No one is fighting, and the clock is counting, keeping its ancient time in the neurons above the crossing, in the protein cycles of the cells, in the melatonin tide moving through the blood, in the warmth that is quietly leaving your core and arriving at the surface of your skin. Counting without numbers, timing without clocks, the way it has always done this, the way it was doing this before there were words for any of it, before there were people to wonder about it, or scientists to name the proteins, or philosophers to ask what time really is. Before all of that, the rhythm was already here, already running, already turning in the cells of creatures that lived and slept and woke in the same world, under the same sun, on the same turning planet, the same planet that is still turning, right now, while you are still. There is something that tends to happen, if you have ever noticed it, in the first few minutes of genuine stillness in a dark room after a day of being active and stimulated. Not sleep, not the approach to sleep exactly, something in between, a kind of telescoping where the events of the day, which were so immediate and large and demanding while they were happening, suddenly seem to be at a greater distance. Like watching a shoreline from a boat that has quietly moved out to sea, not sailing away dramatically, just drifting, and the shoreline is still visible, but the sounds have already faded, and the details have softened, and it does not look the same as it did when you were standing on it. That telescoping is real. It is not a metaphor. Something is genuinely happening in the brain during those first minutes of quiet that begins the process of separating the day's experience from the immediate present. The hippocampus, which has been encoding the day's events as they happened, begins a process during sleep of replaying and reprocessing those encodings, transferring some of them to longer-term storage in the cortex, discarding others, organizing the whole record of the day according to the brain's own priorities, which are not always the same as your conscious priorities. But even before sleep itself, in that border region between wakefulness and not wakefulness, something loosens in how the brain holds the day. The grip relaxes, the urgency fades. The things that seem to require immediate cognitive attention start to wait. They will still be there in the morning, the things that need addressing, the things that were left unfinished. But for now, in this hour, in this room, in this posture of stillness, the brain is beginning to negotiate its relationship with the day rather than continuing to be inside of it. And the circadian clock is part of that, driving the shift in brain chemistry that allows this loosening to happen. The adenosine that has accumulated during the day, the chemical marker of accumulated wakefulness, the thing that makes your eyelids feel heavier as the day wears on, is now at a high enough level that its message is very clear. The message is simple. It is a single word, really: sleep. Adenosine is produced as a byproduct of neural activity. Every time neurons fire, they use energy, and the breakdown of that energy produces adenosine. Adenosine accumulates in the extracellular space around neurons during wakefulness and binds to adenosine receptors, where its effect is inhibitory. It slows neural activity, it dampens alertness, it creates the subjective experience of sleepiness that builds steadily across the waking hours, a pressure that starts subtle and becomes, by the time the circadian window is open, almost unmistakable. This is the homeostatic side of sleep regulation, the second force running alongside the circadian force. The circadian rhythm is one system. It dictates the timing, the phase, the window within which sleep is appropriate. The homeostatic system is the other. It tracks the duration of wakefulness and builds pressure for sleep proportionally. The longer you have been awake, the more adenosine has accumulated, the stronger the homeostatic drive. During sleep, adenosine clears. Slowly, over the hours of sleep, the accumulated adenosine is metabolized and removed from the extracellular space, and the pressure it was creating dissolves. By the time you wake, it is at low levels again. The pressure has been discharged, and so waking feels different from the heaviness of late evening, lighter, more alert, more ready, not because you willed it, but because the chemistry has changed. Caffeine, which is the world's most widely used psychoactive substance, works by blocking adenosine receptors. It does not reduce adenosine. The adenosine is still there, still accumulating, still being produced with every firing neuron. Caffeine just prevents the receptors from detecting it. Which is why, when caffeine wears off and the receptors become available again, all the adenosine that was blocked is suddenly binding, and the crash can feel so sudden and complete. The sleepiness was always there, it was just blocked. And eventually, it cannot be blocked forever. Eventually, the homeostatic pressure, combined with the circadian pressure, wins. Everyone falls asleep eventually. Because the biology is not a preference, it is a requirement. Sleep is not optional in the same way that eating and breathing are not optional. It is a fundamental biological process, not a behavior you choose to engage in when you feel like it. The brain requires sleep to clear waste products, including amyloid beta and tau proteins that accumulate during wakefulness and are implicated in neurodegenerative disease when they are not cleared efficiently. The immune system requires sleep to produce certain cytokines and mount effective responses to pathogens. The metabolic system requires sleep to regulate insulin and leptin and ghrelin, and the whole hormonal orchestra of energy balance. The cardiovascular system requires sleep for the extended period of lower blood pressure and reduced heart rate that allows the heart and vessels to rest and recover. All of these requirements are real, documented, measurable, and all of them are being met tonight, in this room, by the sleep that is approaching or arriving. Not because you arranged it, not because you took the right supplement or followed the right protocol, because the system was built to meet them, and the system is working, and the conditions right now are the conditions the system was built for. This is the thing that is easy to lose sight of in the modern conversation about sleep, where the focus so often lands on inadequacy and failure and optimization and improvement. The system is working, the biology is doing what the biology does. Sleep is not an achievement, it is an outcome of a process that is already running, has always been running, will continue running. You are not trying to sleep, you are just in the path of it. Let's come back to the suprachiasmatic nucleus from yet another angle, because there is still more to say about it, and some of what remains is the most interesting part. One of the things that makes the suprachiasmatic nucleus remarkable is not just that it keeps time, but that it does so even in complete isolation. In cell culture experiments, individual neurons removed from the suprachiasmatic nucleus and kept alive in a dish will continue to oscillate, firing in a rhythmic pattern with approximately a 24-hour period, even with no external cues, even with no neighboring neurons, even alone. Each cell is an independent oscillator. Each cell keeps its own time. The suprachiasmatic nucleus as a whole is an ensemble of independent clocks, each keeping its own time, coupled to each other through signaling, synchronized into a coherent population rhythm that is more precise and more stable than any individual cell could produce alone. It is the coupling, the communication between cells that creates the clock's remarkable precision and robustness. Individual cells drift and vary. The network holds them together. This is a principle that appears over and over in biology and in other complex systems. Individual elements are noisy, variable, imprecise. But when they are coupled and can influence each other, the system's collective behavior is far more stable and ordered than any individual element could achieve. The brain generally runs on this principle. The heart runs on it. The immune system runs on it. Collective dynamics producing order from the variability of individual components. And the circadian clock is one of the clearest examples of this principle in operation. 20,000 neurons, each with its own internal rhythm, talking to each other, keeping each other in sync, producing together a clock that is precise to within a few minutes per day, even in the absence of external time cues. Which is, when you let yourself feel the scale of it, genuinely remarkable. Not mystical, not magical, just a very elegant piece of biological engineering that has been refined over an enormous stretch of time because organisms that kept good time survived better than organisms that didn't. Timing matters. Knowing when to be active and when to conserve energy, knowing when predators are most likely, knowing when to forage, knowing when to rest, knowing when to reproduce. In a world where the availability of light and warmth follows a precise daily and seasonal cycle, having an internal representation of that cycle gives an enormous advantage. The circadian clock is evolution's solution to the problem of time, And it is not a rough or approximate solution. It is a precise, robust, redundant, temperature-compensated, light-correctable solution that has been maintained across an almost incomprehensible number of generations. Temperature-compensated is worth unpacking for a moment, because it is one of the most surprising things about the circadian clock. Most chemical reactions speed up when temperature rises and slow down when temperature falls. This is basic chemistry. The rate of a reaction is temperature dependent, which means that if the molecular clock of the circadian system were like most chemical systems, it would run faster when you have a fever and slower when you are cold. The period of the clock would change with temperature, but it doesn't. The circadian clock is temperature compensated. It runs at approximately the same period across a range of physiological temperatures. The mechanisms that achieve this compensation are still being worked out in full detail, but what is known is that the various components of the feedback loop have temperature sensitivities that partially cancel each other out. So the overall cycle length remains stable even as individual reactions vary with temperature. This is not an accident, it is a feature. A clock that changed its period with body temperature would be useless for timekeeping in a warm-blooded animal whose core temperature fluctuates daily by a degree or two. The temperature compensation is what allows the clock to remain accurate even as the body's thermal state changes across the day, across activity levels, across illness and health. A clock that keeps the same time regardless of how warm or cool the system runs. That is the circadian clock. And it is running right now, in you, accurate to within a few minutes, doing its job in the background of everything else your brain is doing, with such reliability that you have never once had to worry about whether it would work. It is the one clock in your life that never needs setting and never runs late. There is something almost comical about that, given how much anxiety surrounds the whole subject of sleep and its timing. All that worry about whether the clock is working, when the clock itself has never once stopped or even noticeably slowed in your entire life. The clock is fine. The clock has always been fine. Let's move into something that is worth understanding in a different way, which is the experience of the rhythm as it is felt from inside a life, rather than analyzed from outside it. Most people have a felt sense of their own circadian pattern, even if they have never articulated it. There is a time of day when thinking feels easiest, when energy seems most available, when the world seems most manageable. There is another time when everything feels slightly harder, when the same tasks require more effort, when the appeal of doing nothing is at its peak. There is a time when the eyes start to feel the pleasant weight of evening, and another time, if sleep has been short, when the pull towards sleep is almost uncomfortable in its intensity. All of these felt experiences are the circadian rhythm as you actually live it, not as a scientist observes it in a lab. The mid-afternoon slump, which many people notice, is a genuine circadian phenomenon. There is a dip in the alerting signal from the suprachiasmatic nucleus in the early to mid-afternoon, typically somewhere around 1 to 3 in the afternoon, a short period where the circadian contribution to alertness drops before recovering in the late afternoon peak. In cultures that have historically built a siesta into the midday, this circadian architecture may have been recognized intuitively long before anyone understood what drove it. The afternoon rest is, in a sense, biologically sensible, not necessary for everyone, not required, but not working against the system either. The late afternoon and early evening alert period, sometimes called the wake maintenance zone in sleep science, is the period when the circadian alerting signal is at its strongest, actively working to keep you awake, even as homeostatic sleep pressure continues to build. This is why it can be genuinely difficult to fall asleep in the late afternoon, even if you are quite tired. The circadian system is pushing back. maintaining wakefulness for the tail end of the active day, before it finally releases its hold as evening comes on and the sleep gate opens. Understanding these felt rhythms as real, as biological rather than motivational or psychological, changes the relationship with them. The mid-afternoon difficulty is not a failure of discipline, it is a circadian dip. The difficulty sleeping before the sleep gate opens is not insomnia. It is the wake maintenance zone doing its job. The sleepiness that arrives in the evening, sometimes powerfully and quickly, is not weakness or laziness. It is the convergence of high homeostatic pressure and the opening of the circadian sleep gate, the most fundamental and ancient of sleep signals, doing what it has always done. Once you see these patterns as what they are, they become less troubling and more interesting. They are you, your own biology, following a schedule that was set long before you were born, running a program that you did not write, but that is, in a deep sense, yours. The program is running right now, and the current instruction is rest. We should spend some time on social jet lag, because it is a kind of circadian disruption that most people are experiencing to some degree without necessarily recognizing it by name. Social jet lag is the mismatch between a person's biological clock and the schedule demanded by their social and professional life. The term was coined by the chronobiologist Till Roenneberg, and it captures something real and widespread. Most people, during the work or school week, wake up earlier than their biology would naturally prefer, and then during the weekend or days off, they revert to a later schedule that is more aligned with their internal clock. The result is a weekly oscillation between two different temporal worlds, a kind of voluntary jet lag that repeats every 7 days. The size of the mismatch varies enormously between people. Someone with an early chronotype, naturally inclined towards 6 o'clock mornings, who works a 9 to 5 schedule, may experience very little social jet lag. Their internal clock and the social schedule are close enough to alignment that the friction is minimal, but someone with a late chronotype, naturally inclined toward 11 o'clock sleep times and 8 o'clock wake times, who has to be at work or school by 8, experiences a daily 5-hour mismatch. They are, in biological terms, waking in the middle of their night. This is not unusual. Studies using large datasets of sleep timing across populations have found that social jet lag of an hour or two is extremely common, and social jet lag of 2 or more hours affects a significant proportion of the working-age population, with the prevalence skewing higher in adolescents and young adults, whose chronotypes are naturally pushed later during those developmental years. The effects of this chronic misalignment are not nothing. They are not catastrophic in the way that severe sleep deprivation is catastrophic, but they are real. Chronic social jet lag is associated with poorer sleep quality, greater daytime sleepiness, lower mood, higher rates of metabolic disturbance, and a range of other indicators that suggest the circadian system, when chronically asked to perform on the wrong schedule, does not perform as well. This is not a character judgment. It is a biological observation. The person with a late chronotype who wakes at 6 for work is not lazy or undisciplined. They are, in biological terms, doing something genuinely difficult. They are asking their body to operate during what the internal clock considers, in a very real molecular sense, the nighttime. The melatonin may still be elevated. The core temperature may still be at or near its nadir. The cortisol may just be beginning its morning surge, hours later than the alarm that woke them. Every cellular signal in their body is saying night, and the world is saying morning. That is not easy, and the fact that they adapt, that they function, that they manage to be awake and responsive and productive despite all of this, is not evidence that the mismatch is not there. It is evidence that the human body and brain are adaptable within limits. The mismatch is still there. The friction is still present, even when it is managed. And on the weekend, when the late chronotype person sleeps until 10 or 11, they are not being indulgent. They are, in the most immediate biological sense, catching up. Their body is being allowed to complete the sleep it was prevented from completing during the week, and their clock is being allowed to run on its natural schedule for 2 days before the cycle of misalignment starts again on Monday. This weekly oscillation between early forced and late natural is itself a disruption. The clock works best when the schedule is consistent. Shifting the sleep window by several hours between weekdays and weekends is, in terms of its effect on the circadian system, similar to flying a couple of time zones east every Friday and back west every Monday. The clock manages. It adjusts, partially, to the new timing over the weekend, and then it is asked to adjust back, week after week, for years. This is the reality of modern life for a large proportion of the population, and understanding it as a biological reality rather than a personal failing changes the conversation considerably. The circadian system was not designed for the 40-hour work week with a fixed start time. It was designed for a world where the light told the time and the body followed the light, and the schedule was set by the sun rather than by convention. In that world, chronotypes still varied, as they do now, but the schedule was flexible enough, or the social consequences of following one's natural rhythm were small enough that the variation was accommodated. The modern world, with its fixed schedules and artificial light and alarm clocks, has created a widespread misalignment between biological time and social time that is, from the perspective of the circadian system, genuinely novel. The system is doing its best. It is adapting where it can. It is functioning for most people well enough to get through the day, but the cost of that adaptation, paid in the currency of slightly impaired sleep and slightly impaired metabolic function and slightly elevated stress and a chronic low-grade sense of fatigue, is real even when it is not dramatic. You may know this from the inside. The feeling of the Sunday evening dread that is partly about the week ahead and partly, in a biological sense, about the coming of the forced early schedule again. The difference between how you feel after a vacation week where you slept and woke on your natural schedule compared to a week of 5:30 alarms. That difference is not entirely psychological, it is partly biological. The vacation body is running on its own time. The work week body is running on someone else's, none of which means that the schedule is wrong or that society should be reorganized, though there are interesting arguments for flexible start times that circadian biology supports. It just means that understanding why you feel the way you feel on different schedules gives you something real to work with, a framework that replaces the vague sense of personal failing with the clearer, less punishing recognition of a biological reality. The clock does what the clock does. You are not failing it. It is being asked to do something it was not designed to do, and it is doing the best it can, and so are you. And on nights like this one, when the schedule is not pressing, when the alarm is far away or set for a reasonable hour, when the room is dark, and the hour is right, and the whole system is being allowed to do exactly what it was built to do, the result is exactly this. This quality of ease, this settling, this arrival. The air in the room right now is probably resting against your skin in the particular way air rests when it has been still for a while, when it has lost the movement of the day and settled into the quiet equilibrium of a closed room in a quiet hour. The temperature of your skin and the temperature of the air are probably closer together than they were this afternoon, when the warmth of the active day put more distance between them. Everything is evening close, evening quiet, evening still. Your body is somewhere in this particular quality of stillness. Not the stillness of a body that is trying to be still, the stillness of a body that has found its natural rest posture, that has settled into the configuration it returns to every night, that knows this as deeply as it knows anything. This posture, this temperature, this room, this hour. There is a loop closing right now in the neuroscience of it, which is that the experience of returning to the familiar sleep environment every night is itself a signal to the circadian system. Context matters. The darkness, the quiet, the familiar temperature and feel of the room, the habitual series of events that preceded lying down, all of these become associated, over time, with the transition to sleep, and that association reinforces the circadian signal, adding another layer of alignment to the biological alignment that the clock itself provides. This is part of why sleeping consistently in the same environment, at approximately the same time, tends to make sleep easier than sleeping in irregular environments at irregular times. Not because of some rule about sleep hygiene, but because the brain has learned, through repetition, that this environment at this time means sleep is coming. And when the brain learns that, it begins the preparation earlier. The expectation creates a physiological lead-up that amplifies the circadian-driven transition and makes the entry into sleep smoother. Your brain has been learning this for as long as you have been sleeping in your particular bed, in your particular room. It already knows. Even before you lie down, some part of the brain is making the inference. This room, this time, this darkness. Sleep is coming, and in that anticipation, the preparation begins. We've been tracing the science in what feels like one direction, inward through the biology, but it's worth pulling the lens back out for a moment, to something larger. Not larger than the biology, because nothing is larger than the biology in this context, but to the scale of what this rhythm represents in the span of a life. You have slept, give or take, every single night of your life. Not perfectly, not always easily, not always restfully, but every night, the rhythm has returned you to some version of the sleep state, pulled you back through the biological window, let the adenosine clear, let the temperature fall, let the processing and repair and consolidation happen in the dark. Every night. If you are 30 years old, that is over 10,000 nights. If you are 50, it is over 18,000. Each one of those nights, the suprachiasmatic nucleus was doing what it is doing right now. The melatonin was rising. The temperature was falling. The molecular clock was cycling through its protein rhythms. The peripheral clocks were tuning themselves to the master. The whole distributed system of circadian timekeeping was running in the background of whatever experience the night contained, sleep or wakefulness, or the tangled space between them. 10,000 nights, more, and the clock was there for every one of them. It will be here tonight. It is here right now. There is a study that I find genuinely moving, in the dry way that certain scientific findings are quietly moving when you let them settle. It was one of the early human isolation studies, conducted in the middle of the 20th century, when researchers were first trying to determine whether the human body truly had an internal clock, or whether circadian rhythms were entirely driven by external cues. They put people in environments without time cues, no windows, no clocks, no regular meal times, no social cues of any kind. And then they watched to see what happened to the sleep-wake cycle. What happened was, it continued. The people in the isolation environment continued to have a roughly 24-hour rhythm of sleeping and waking, even with all external time cues removed. The rhythm persisted. It sometimes drifted slightly, as we discussed, running a little long in some people, but the cycle itself, the alternation between activity and rest, between alertness and sleep, continued without any external input to drive it. This was the first clear evidence that the circadian rhythm was genuinely internal, generated by the body itself, not merely a response to the external environment. The environment could entrain it, synchronize it, anchor it to the 24-hour day. But the rhythm itself was not created by the environment. It was already there. It was always already there. In you. Before you were born, actually, because the circadian clock develops during fetal development, and newborns, though their rhythms are initially irregular and take several months to fully consolidate into a 24-hour cycle, begin showing circadian organization early in life. The clock was being assembled before you were born, the molecular machinery was being laid down, the feedback loops constructed, the neurons of the suprachiasmatic nucleus being wired to each other and to the retina that would eventually provide their light input. By the time you first saw light, the clock was there, waiting, and when the light came in, the clock received it, and the entrainment began, and from that day forward, the rhythm has been running, adjusted each morning by the light, anchored to the planet's rotation, keeping its ancient time in the protein cycles of your cells. Every day since the first, all the way to this one, which is tonight, which is now. The body has settled a little deeper into wherever it is resting. The breath is a little longer. The thoughts that were moving quickly through the mind a few minutes ago, or a few sections ago, are probably moving more slowly now. Not because you have made any effort to slow them, because the biology is slowing them. The brain in the late evening circadian phase, with melatonin elevated and adenosine high and the sleep gate open, processes thought differently than the brain at noon. The connections are less sharp. The retrieval is less urgent. The tendency to track, to pursue, to follow a thought to its logical end is gently diminishing, replaced by something looser, more associative, more willing to let a thought go before it resolves. This is the brain approaching sleep from the cognitive side. The same cascade that is dropping your core temperature and releasing your melatonin is also changing the way your mind holds its contents. The grip is loosening. The thoughts are becoming less like things to catch and more like things to watch from a slight distance, without urgency, without the need to do anything with them. If that is starting to happen, it is not a distraction from the science. It is the science, the biology expressing itself in the only terms available to you from the inside. Let's move now into something that connects what we've been talking about with a broader question, one that is worth holding even if it doesn't have a neat answer. Why does sleep need to be timed? Not why do we sleep, which is the question that gets asked most often and which has, at this point, a fairly robust partial answer, though the full answer is still being assembled. But why does the timing of sleep matter so much? Why not just sleep whenever the homeostatic pressure is high enough, whenever enough adenosine has accumulated, whenever you feel tired, regardless of the time of day? The answer is partly about efficiency and partly about coordination. Efficiency first. The processes that sleep enables, the cellular repair, the waste clearance, the memory consolidation, the immune activity, work best in the specific biochemical environment that the circadian system creates during the night phase. Not just during sleep in general, but during sleep that happens at the biologically appropriate time. Sleep that is misaligned with the circadian phase, sleep that is forced during what the body considers the active period, is less restorative than sleep that is aligned with it. The same hours of sleep at the wrong circadian time produce less of the benefit than the same hours at the right time. This is why rotating shift workers, who must sleep during the day and work through the night, often report that their daytime sleep is lighter, shorter, more fragmented, less refreshing than their night sleep, even when they protect the time and the environment as carefully as possible. The body can sleep in the daytime, but the daytime is not when the circadian system is optimized for sleep, and the misalignment is legible in the quality of the rest. Coordination is the other part. The different repair and maintenance processes that happen during sleep are sequenced. They do not all happen simultaneously. Early sleep, which tends to be dominated by the deepest stages, is when certain processes peak. Later sleep, with more REM, is when others do. The brain's waste clearance system, which operates via the glymphatic system and clears the metabolic debris of the day's neural activity, is most active during slow-wave sleep, which is concentrated in the early part of the night. Memory consolidation, particularly the type that involves the hippocampus transferring its records to the cortex, is also concentrated in the early part of the night, in different stages. Emotional memory processing, which is partly what REM sleep is thought to do, is more concentrated in later sleep. This sequencing matters. Cutting sleep short at either end disrupts different processes. The circadian timing of sleep is part of what puts this sequence in the right relationship with the rest of the body's daily biology. When sleep is aligned, the early night processes happen when the body's biochemistry is optimally configured for them. The late night processes happen when the configuration is right for them. The sequence is embedded in the relationship between the sleep timing and the circadian phase. Move the sleep outside that timing, and the sequence starts to lose its relationship with the surrounding biology. Not catastrophically, usually. The body is robust. It compensates where it can. But the precision is reduced. The optimization is lost. The sleep is less than it could have been, even if its duration was the same. Duration is not everything. Timing is also everything, which is why the circadian rhythm and the body's ability to keep and follow its own time is not a footnote to the sleep story. It is the spine of the sleep story. Everything else, the adenosine, the sleep stages, the glymphatic clearance, the memory consolidation, all of it hangs on the skeleton of the circadian clock. Remove the clock, as you can do in animal experiments by destroying the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and you get sleep, but you get sleep that is disorganized, fragmented, poorly timed, and less restorative than sleep in an intact system. The clock is not just keeping time, the clock is keeping everything in its right place in time, which is what it is doing right now, in you, in this room, keeping everything in its right place. The darkness has been around you for a while now, long enough that the body has read it fully, long enough that the signals have been unambiguous, long enough that the melatonin has been rising for an hour or more, long enough that the temperature of your core is well on its way down toward its nightly minimum, long enough that whatever remained of the daytime alerting chemistry has significantly faded, long enough that the distinction between today and tonight is fully established in the body's terms. Today is done, not by decision, by biology. The clock knows, the cells know, and there is something underneath the knowing, underneath the science, and the names, and the protein cycles, and the nanometer wavelengths, and the feedback loops. Something much simpler that is also true, and it is this. Every human being who has ever lived has done this, has lain down in the dark, or in the dimming, and felt the day release its hold, and felt the body settle towards something that is less than waking and more than nothing, has been inside this moment, this precise transition, this border crossing from the day into something else. Every one, in different beds and on different surfaces, in different climates, at different latitudes, in different eras, before electricity and after it, before cities and in cities, in summer and winter, in cold places and warm ones. Every human life has had this, this recurring nightly return to the threshold, this moment when the circadian biology says, "Here, now, this is where the body goes." And they all went, and so do you, tonight, right now, the same rhythm, the same clock, the same molecular feedback loops running in the cells, the same ancient dance between darkness and the organism that learned, long ago, that darkness meant rest. You are part of that long continuity. You are not separate from it. You are the latest instance of it, and the clock that is running in you right now has no knowledge of the distance it has traveled, no awareness of the generations it has been passed through, no sense of the enormous span of time between its origins and this moment. It just counts. It just keeps its time. It just does the thing it has always done, night after night, in body after body, turning the protein cycle, sending the signal, opening the gate. The gate is 2110 open. It is open right now, in the specific way it opens for you, at your specific time, on your particular clock, with its particular phase and its particular relationship to this season's particular light. The gate is open and there is nothing required of you on the other side of it except to go through, which you will, because you always do, because that is what the biology does when the conditions are right, and the conditions are right and have been right for some time now and will continue to be right for the hours ahead. Let's talk about chronotypes now in the way they deserve to be talked about, which is with the same patience we have given everything else, without hurrying toward a conclusion or a recommendation, just letting the biology unfold and speak for itself. The word chronotype refers to an individual's characteristic timing preference for sleep and wakefulness, the natural phase of a person's circadian rhythm relative to the external day, and the range of chronotypes in the human population is substantial. Not just a slight variation from person to person, not just a preference for an extra 30 minutes of morning sleep. The full range of chronotype variation, from the most extreme early types to the most extreme late types, spans something like 6 to 8 hours of difference in natural sleep timing, which is an enormous range when you think about it in terms of lived experience. A strongly early chronotype might feel genuinely sleepy by 8 or 9 in the evening and be naturally awake by 4 or 5 in the morning, fully alert, mentally ready, with no alarm required. A strongly late chronotype might not feel genuinely sleepy until 2 in the morning and would, if left to their natural schedule, sleep until 10 or 11 and wake feeling rested only at that hour. Both of these are real. Both are within the range of normal human biological variation. Neither represents a disorder, though both can create significant friction with the social world depending on the demands of that world. The genetic basis for this variation has been documented in considerable detail over the past 2 decades or so. Twin studies were among the first to suggest that chronotype has a heritable component, showing that identical twins are more similar in their sleep timing than fraternal twins, which is the standard signature of genetic influence. Subsequent genome-wide association studies have identified dozens of genetic variants associated with chronotype, many of them in or near genes related to the core circadian clock machinery, including variants in period genes, in clock, in other components of the feedback loop we have been discussing. This means that the molecular clock in a late chronotype person is not running on the same schedule as the molecular clock in an early chronotype person. It is not that the late chronotype person has made a lifestyle choice that delays their sleep. The proteins in their clock are cycling on a schedule that peaks later. Their melatonin rises later. Their core temperature reaches its minimum later. Their cortisol surges later in the morning. The whole phase of the circadian rhythm is shifted later, not by choice, not by habit, not by Netflix, not by insufficient discipline, but by the particular configuration of molecular clock genes they inherited. The late chronotype is not broken. They are tuned to a different time, which is worth sitting with, because the cultural narrative around morning and evening preferences tends to assign virtue to the early riser in a way that has no basis in circadian biology. The early riser is not more disciplined or more productive or more virtuous than the late riser. They are just running on a phase that happens to align more conveniently with the arbitrary starting times of most modern social institutions. The same intelligence, the same diligence, the same capacity for work and creativity, and all the other things that the cultural narrative tends to associate with early rising exist in late chronotypes. They simply peak at different times of the day because the circadian modulation of cognitive performance follows the same clock as everything else, and a late chronotype's afternoon may be equivalent in cognitive terms to an early chronotype's morning. There is actually research on this. Cognitive performance tasks administered to people at different times of day, controlling for chronotype, tend to show that performance peaks when the test is given in alignment with the person's chronotype, not at any particular fixed time of day. The early riser does best in the morning, the late riser does best in the afternoon or evening. The biological peak is real and measurable. It moves with the clock. This has practical implications that are slowly beginning to filter into public conversation, particularly around school start times. Adolescents as a group have a chronotype that is shifted later than children or adults, a developmental shift that appears to be driven by hormonal changes during puberty and is observed across cultures and in other primates. This means that the early morning school start times common in many educational systems are asking adolescents to be alert and learn during what is, from the perspective of their circadian biology, still the early part of their biological night. The consequences for learning and mood and health are real and documented, not speculative. Schools that have moved start times later have observed measurable improvements in attendance, academic performance, mood, and in some studies, rates of drowsy driving among student drivers. The biology is not interested in the social convention. It does what it does regardless of when the bell rings. But this is not a lecture about school start times. It is just one example of the way chronotype variation, which is real and biologically grounded, and not a personal failing, intersects with a social world that often does not accommodate it. Your chronotype, whatever it is yours. It may align comfortably with the schedule your life demands, or it may not. If it does, you experience the daily ease of running on your own time, a luxury that is not trivial and not universal. If it doesn't, you experience the daily friction of social jet lag, the chronic slight misalignment between the schedule your cells prefer and the schedule your life imposes. Either way, the clock is not wrong. The clock is never wrong about what it is. It is only ever mismatched with something outside itself, some demand or convention or schedule that was set without reference to this particular person's particular molecular timing. And tonight, in this room, at this hour, the mismatch is minimal or absent. Whatever your chronotype, the hour is probably appropriate, or you would not be here, listening, settling in. The body has made its judgment. The circadian gate is open. The biology is aligned with the moment. This is your time. In the most literal biological sense, this is your time. Let's spend some time with the body temperature rhythm in more detail, because we touched on it earlier and there is more here that is worth knowing, not as data, but as something that gives you a more complete picture of what the circadian system is actually doing while you sleep. The daily temperature rhythm is one of the oldest and most robust circadian outputs in mammals. It is so reliable that it was used before more sophisticated methods existed as a proxy for the phase of the circadian clock. If you measured someone's core body temperature continuously over 24 hours, you could read off their circadian phase from the temperature curve, when it peaked, when it was lowest, how steep the morning rise was. The peak of core body temperature in most people occurs somewhere in the late afternoon or early evening, usually between 5 and 7 in the evening, though like everything else, this varies with chronotype, shifted earlier in early types and later in late types. The minimum, the nadir, typically occurs somewhere between 2 and 5 in the morning. The difference between the peak and the nadir is roughly 1 to 1.5 degrees Celsius, as mentioned before, but the shape of the curve matters as much as the amplitude. The temperature doesn't drop suddenly at bedtime. It begins to fall gradually in the hours before typical sleep onset. This gradual fall is one of the mechanisms that promotes sleepiness, and it is also one of the signals that the brain uses to time the onset of sleep. When you lie down and the room is a comfortable temperature and everything is quiet, and you feel that pleasant heaviness that often precedes sleep, part of what you are feeling is the thermal component of the circadian descent, the body redistributing heat from core to periphery, the skin warming slightly as the core cools. The hands and feet warming in the evening is such a reliable marker of approaching sleep that it has been proposed as a practical measure of sleep readiness. You feel it as comfort, as settling, as the particular sensation of being ready for sleep that is different from being merely tired. Tired is the adenosine pressure. Ready is the convergence of the adenosine pressure with the circadian temperature drop and the melatonin rise. That convergence, when all three arrive together, is what produces the most compelling and comfortable entry into sleep. When they arrive together, lying down feels like the most natural thing in the world. When they are misaligned, when you are very tired but the circadian phase is wrong, or when the circadian phase is right but you are not tired enough, sleep can feel elusive in a way that is frustrating, precisely because it is not for lack of trying. The body is not withholding it. The system is just not in the configuration that produces it easily. Tonight, the configuration is right. The temperature is doing what it does. The melatonin is doing what it does. The adenosine has been building since this morning. The sleep gate is open. The body has all the conditions it needs, and the room, the dark room, the still room, the room that has been sitting quietly with you through all of this, is providing the context that makes it all possible, not causing it, not producing the sleep itself, just holding the space for it, giving the biology a clear signal, confirming with its darkness and its quiet what the internal clock already knows. Night is here, rest is appropriate, nothing is required. There is a quality to darkness that is worth attending to, separate from the circadian biology of it, though not disconnected. Darkness is not the mere absence of light. It has a texture of its own, a presence that changes the character of the space it fills. A dark room is not the same as a room with the lights off. It is a different kind of space, softer at the edges. Its contents present, but not demanding attention. Its boundaries felt more than seen. The human nervous system, calibrated to a world where darkness meant the day's risks and demands had receded, responds to genuine darkness with something like relief. Not consciously, not with articulated emotion, just a slight release, a lowering of the monitoring threshold. The background alertness that keeps track of the environment goes down, because in genuine darkness there is less environment to track, less change happening, less variation in the sensory input that might signal something worth attending to. Darkness is the signal that the day is over. The day is over. Whatever it contained, whatever happened in it, whatever was completed or left unfinished, whatever was said or not said, Whatever small triumphs and ordinary frustrations made up its particular texture, it is over now. The light that illuminated it has gone. The time designated for all of it has elapsed. The circadian clock, which was tracking all of it in its way, timing the release of cortisol and the peak of alertness and the afternoon dip and the evening rise and the slow descent into the sleep gate, has moved past it. The clock does not hold the day. It records the day in its fashion, adjusting its phase from the morning's light, and then lets the day go, turns its attention to the night phase, to the chemistry of rest and repair, to the melatonin and the temperature drop, and all the night phase biology that the day phase has been building toward. The day is behind the clock now, and the night is what the clock is keeping. This night, this particular configuration of darkness and stillness and the sound of a room at rest, and you in it, somewhere in the back of your mind possibly, are the thoughts of tomorrow, the things that need doing, the schedule that will begin again when the morning light comes in and the cortisol rises and the body prepares itself for the active phase. Those things are real. They will still be real in the morning, but right now they are not the relevant information. The relevant information, from the perspective of the biology, from the perspective of the clock and everything it coordinates, is this. The night is here, the conditions are right, the cascade is underway, rest is appropriate, and the body is already doing what it does. Tomorrow can wait. The biology is not attending to tomorrow, it is attending to right now, to this hour, to the protein cycles, and the melatonin levels, and the temperature curve, and the adenosine concentration, all of which are saying the same simple thing. This is the time for rest. And the body agrees. And so perhaps does the mind. Not by forcing the agreement, not by talking itself into it, but by noticing that the agreement was already there, that the body had already come to it, that the mind is the last thing to arrive at a conclusion the cells reached hours ago. Welcome to the conclusion. The cells have been waiting. Let's move into something that is perhaps less expected, which is the relationship between the circadian rhythm and what happens in the brain during sleep itself. Because the timing of sleep is only the beginning of what the clock governs. Once sleep begins, the clock continues to do its work, shaping the architecture of the sleep, influencing which stages occur when, how long each stage lasts, and how the whole sequence of a night's sleep unfolds from beginning to end. Sleep, as most people have some general awareness, is not a single uniform state. It is a cycle of different states, repeating through the night, each with its own brainwave patterns, its own physiology, its own particular relationship to the day's experience and the body's needs. The broad categories are non-REM sleep and REM sleep. Non-REM sleep includes several stages, from the lightest stage of sleep, where you can still be roused fairly easily and may not even be sure you were asleep when you wake from it, through progressively deeper stages, with the deepest stages, sometimes called slow-wave sleep or deep sleep, because of the large, slow brain waves that characterize them, being the most restorative and the most difficult to wake from. REM sleep, which stands for rapid eye movement, is a physiologically strange state. The brain is highly active, almost as active as it is during wakefulness in some areas. The eyes move rapidly under the closed lids, which gave the stage its name. The body, paradoxically, is almost completely paralyzed, the major muscle groups held in a state of atonia that prevents the sleeper from acting out the vivid experiences that are occurring in the dreaming brain. Dreams occur in non-REM sleep too, but they tend to be less narrative, less emotionally vivid, less coherent than the elaborate storyline dreams of REM. These stages cycle through the night, with each full cycle from light non-REM through deep non-REM through REM taking somewhere around 90 minutes. And crucially, the proportion of deep non-REM versus REM sleep changes across the night. The first few cycles of the night are dominated by deep, slow-wave sleep. The later cycles, in the morning hours before waking, are dominated by REM, which means that the early part of the night and the later part of the night contain qualitatively different kinds of sleep, and that cutting sleep short from either end removes different things. Cutting the night short in the morning, sleeping 5 hours instead of 8, removes predominantly REM sleep. And since REM sleep is thought to be particularly important for emotional processing, for the integration of emotional memory, for the kind of cognitive flexibility that allows the mind to make unexpected connections and see problems from new angles, cutting it short has consequences that are different from simply losing sleep time. This is one reason that even an hour or two of extra sleep on a given night can produce a noticeable difference in mood and cognitive flexibility, not just alertness. The REM sleep that was cut off the previous nights is being partially restored, and with it, some of the emotional and creative processing that REM supports. The distribution of these sleep stages across the night is partly controlled by the circadian clock. The deep, slow-wave sleep that dominates early in the night is promoted by the high homeostatic pressure of a full day of wakefulness. But the circadian system is also implicated in its timing. The REM-rich sleep of the later morning hours is more directly driven by the circadian phase, with REM propensity being highest when the circadian clock is in its morning transition phase, just before and around the time of natural waking. Which is why, when people talk about needing their full sleep, they are partly talking about needing the full arc of the sleep architecture that the night provides. Not just the hours of unconsciousness, but the complete sequence from early night deep sleep through to late night REM. The sequence is designed to be completed. When it is, the waking that follows it is qualitatively different from waking at any other point in the cycle. That waking, the natural waking that follows a full night of aligned sleep, with REM predominant in the final hour, and the cortisol already beginning its morning surge, and the melatonin already fallen to low daytime levels, and the core temperature already rising toward its morning upswing, that waking is not the same experience as being pulled out of deep, slow-wave sleep at 2 in the morning by an alarm. It is a completion, not an interruption. The alarm interrupts. The circadian rhythm completes. Given enough time and the right conditions, the body will always move toward completion, toward the natural waking that is the circadian system's own ending of the night. And that completion, when it arrives, is a kind of gentle landing rather than a crash. The morning will come when the morning comes. Right now, the night is what is here, and the night, which is full of the biology we have been tracing, is exactly what this hour is designed for. Something that comes up in conversation about sleep that is worth addressing, not urgently, not alarmistically, just clearly and carefully, is the experience of lying awake in the night when the intention was to sleep. The experience of being awake in the small hours, when the room is dark and everything is quiet and the mind is doing something that is not sleeping. This is an experience that most people have at some point, and for some people it is a regular experience, and it is worth understanding in terms of the circadian biology because the circadian framework actually makes it less frightening, not more. Waking during the night, particularly in the first half of the night after deep sleep has been achieved and before the REM-rich morning sleep has begun, is biologically normal. The sleep cycle, as it completes a rotation, brings the sleeper through a period of lighter sleep before descending again, and this lighter sleep is close enough to waking that external sounds or internal thoughts can tip the balance. The brain is not in a continuous, unbroken state of unconsciousness from the moment you fall asleep to the moment you wake. It cycles, it surfaces and descends. It briefly brushes near waking and returns. Most of the time, You are not aware of these lighter periods because you simply cycle back into deeper sleep without quite waking. But sometimes you do wake, and the waking is real and clear and can feel alarming, particularly if there is a residual anxiety about whether sleep will return. The circadian framework says this about the middle of the night waking: it is normal, it is part of the architecture, and the sleep pressure and the circadian phase are almost certainly still aligned towards sleep. The body wants to return to sleep. The biology is designed to return to sleep. The middle of the night is, in circadian terms, the deepest part of the biological night. The melatonin is at or near its peak. The cortisol is still low. The circadian system is in its most committed night phase configuration. The body is not trying to be awake. It is simply in a lighter phase of its cycle. And the most reliable way to return to the deeper phases is not to try harder, or think more, or strategize about sleep, but simply to let the biology do what it is trying to do. To lie still, in the dark, and let the circadian pressure and the homeostatic pressure do their work, which is, right now, in this hour, overwhelmingly to pull the system back towards sleep. The quiet in the room is the same quiet it was before. The darkness is the same. The clock is still on the same trajectory. Nothing has changed in the biology except the depth of the sleep cycle, which was always going to shift and return, in exactly the way a tide goes out slightly and then comes back in, without alarm, without anyone needing to do anything about it. Let the tide come back in. It always does. It is coming back in right now, in every body that is in its middle of the night lighter period, all over the world, in the same biological moment, in the same circadian architecture, the tide going out just a little and then returning, the body always moving back toward the place it wants to be. Rest. Deep rest. The kind that happens without effort or attention, which is the only kind that is actually rest, when you think about it. Rest that requires effort is not quite rest. It is effort that resembles rest. The real thing is the state the biology arrives at when it is allowed to complete its movement in the direction it is already going. When nothing is fighting the current, when the body finds the low point of its own thermal and chemical night and settles there, and the brain moves through its stages without interruption, and the hours pass in what feels, from inside, like almost nothing, or like something so gentle and continuous that it leaves no seam. That is what is available tonight. It is what is available every night. But tonight, in particular, in this room, with this conversation having traced the biology slowly and without urgency, something has settled. Something that was perhaps a little tighter has loosened. Not because anything was fixed, because the understanding has shifted just slightly from sleep as something to achieve towards sleep as something to receive. The biology is already giving it. The only question is whether anything in the mind is trying to take it back. And right now, in this room, probably not much. The body is warm at the edges and cooling at the core. The breath has found its evening rhythm. The thoughts that were present at the beginning of this conversation are probably much quieter now, or have changed in character, become more drifting, more loose, less attached to the usual chain of consequence. The melatonin is in the blood. The proteins in the suprachiasmatic nucleus are turning in their cycles. The clock is keeping its time. Everything is doing what it was always going to do tonight. The question of how to gently reset a circadian rhythm that has drifted from its preferred alignment is one worth exploring now, because it is something that many people find themselves wanting, and because the answer, when you look at it through the lens of what we have covered, is less about intervention and more about information. The circadian clock resets itself. That is the fundamental fact. It does not require external help in the way that a broken clock requires a clockmaker. What it requires is the right information at the right time, the same light-dark signals that it has always used to anchor itself to the planet, delivered with some consistency, over enough days for the re-entrainment to complete. After jet lag, after a period of irregular schedule, after a run of late nights or disrupted sleep, the clock does not stay permanently shifted or permanently disordered. It finds the light-dark cycle and re-entrains to it, gradually, day by day, at the rate that the biology allows, which is, as mentioned earlier, roughly 1 to 2 hours of phase shift per day, on average. The things that support this re-entrainment process are the same things that support the normal daily entrainment process, the same signals that have always kept the clock synchronized with the external day. Morning light is the strongest. The light of the actual morning, the blue rich, bright, properly intense light of a sky after sunrise, is the most potent phase-setting signal available. Not dim indoor light, not the glow of a screen, but actual bright light, ideally from outside or through a window, ideally within an hour or so of waking, which is when the circadian system is most sensitive to the phase-advancing effect of morning light. Why is the clock most sensitive to light in the morning? Because of something called the phase response curve, which is the circadian system's map of how it responds to light at different times of the day. Light exposure in the morning, after the temperature minimum, advances the clock, pushing its phase earlier. Light exposure in the evening, before the temperature minimum, delays the clock, pushing its phase later. Light exposure in the middle of the day has less effect on the clock's phase. The system is designed to be most responsive to light at the times when it is most informative about the correct anchoring of the phase. Morning light says, "This is dawn. Your day should begin from here. Anchor earlier." Evening light says, "The day is longer than you thought. Delay the phase. Push everything later." This is why consistent evening light exposure, including screen light, tends over time to push the circadian phase a little later, and why consistent morning light exposure tends to anchor the phase earlier and more firmly. The system is responding appropriately to the information it is being given. Consistent meal timing is another factor that supports circadian synchronization, partly through its effect on the peripheral clocks that are entrained by feeding. Eating at roughly the same time each day and avoiding large meals very late in the biological night helps to keep the peripheral clocks in alignment with the master. Exercise timing also matters to some degree, with morning and afternoon exercise having a mild phase-advancing effect, and very late evening intense exercise having the potential to delay the phase. None of these are rules. They are the biology's natural preferences, the conditions under which the system runs most smoothly, translated from the laboratory into the language of daily life. They are not a protocol to follow anxiously. They are just the information the clock has always been using, and consciously cooperating with them is simply giving the clock what it has always needed. The clock does not need you to be perfect, it needs you to be roughly consistent, roughly aligned with the external day, roughly providing the right information at the right time. The rest it manages on its own, as it has always managed on its own, with the robustness and the adaptability and the tireless molecular clockwork that has been running in your cells since before you were born. There is something about the concept of re-entrainment that is worth naming explicitly, because it is relevant to the quality of ease available on any given night. The clock that is well entrained, the clock that is running in close alignment with the external day, that has been receiving clear and consistent morning light and consistent darkness in the evening, that is synchronized with the actual 24-hour cycle of the planet, that clock opens the sleep gate at the right time, closes it at the right time, drives the melatonin rise at the right time, drops the core temperature on schedule, and produces a night of sleep that is aligned with all the body's other circadian rhythms in a way that maximizes the restoration that sleep provides. That is not a complicated requirement. It is just the clock running cleanly on the information it needs. And on nights when it is running cleanly, when the entrainment is solid and the alignment is good and the signals have been unambiguous, sleep feels like this, not like a problem to be solved, not like something to achieve through effort or technique, like the most natural transition in the world, like the day simply ending and the night beginning, smoothly and without friction, the way the evening light fades and the stars come out, and the temperature of the air drops, and everything, all at once, is simply night. Simply, quietly, completely night. You are in that now. The clock has been doing its work. The signals have been delivered. The transition is underway, or nearly complete. And the night that is here is the same night that has always been here, at this hour, in this biological configuration, in this particular meeting of your internal time and the planet's time. The planet is exactly where it was going to be tonight, and so are you. Let's spend some quiet time with the pineal gland itself, because it is one of those structures in the body that has accumulated a great deal of cultural and even mystical significance over the centuries, and the actual biology of it, while less dramatic than the mythology, is in its own way genuinely interesting. The pineal gland was named for its shape. Pinea, from the Latin for pine cone. It is about the size of a grain of rice, situated near the center of the brain, roughly in the midline. Descartes, in the 17th century, proposed that the pineal gland was the seat of the soul, the point where the immaterial mind interfaces with the material body, which turned out to be thoroughly wrong, but is understandable as a guess from someone looking at a small, midline, unpaired structure in an era when almost nothing was known about how the brain works. The pineal gland in some non-mammalian vertebrates is actually photosensitive, meaning it can detect light directly without input from the eyes. In some reptiles and fish, it is called the third eye and is involved in the direct detection of environmental light for circadian purposes. In mammals, including humans, this direct photosensitivity has been lost, and the pineal gland relies entirely on signals from the suprachiasmatic nucleus to know when it is day and when it is night. The pathway from light to melatonin in mammals therefore runs: light enters the eye, hits the intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, travels along the retinohypothalamic tract to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, gets processed into a day or night signal, travels from the suprachiasmatic nucleus through a somewhat roundabout pathway through the hypothalamus and brainstem and spinal cord to the superior cervical ganglion, which is a cluster of autonomic neurons in the neck, and from there back up along the internal carotid artery to the pineal gland, where the norepinephrine released by those autonomic fibers triggers the synthesis and release of melatonin. It is a surprisingly long and winding path for something as simple as the transition from day to night. Light goes in through the eye. The signal travels down through the brain, out of the brain entirely, into the spinal cord, up through the sympathetic chain, along the artery, into the neck and the skull, to a small gland in the center of the brain, where it triggers a hormone release into the bloodstream. All of this happening in the time between one moment of darkness and the next. And the result, the melatonin tide in the blood, is what tells every cell in the body that it is night. There is something about the anatomy of it that I find strangely moving. The signal that tells the deepest structures of the body that night has come travels out of the brain and through the neck before coming back in. as if the body needed to check with the outside world one more time before committing to the night phase, as if the decision required touching the periphery, the autonomic nervous system, the structures that interface with the world beyond the skull, before it could be made. Of course, it is not a decision. There is no deliberation, it is just a circuit. But circuits can have a kind of elegance to them, a rightness in their design, and this one does. The light enters the eye, the signal travels to the center, and then to the periphery, and then back to the center, and in the center, the gland releases its tide. Every night, since the first night you were in darkness as a newborn, since the first time light came in and then went away, and your tiny pineal gland, already wired to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, already part of the circuit, received the signal and released the hormone, every night since. The circuit has not changed. The hormone has not changed. The tide rises and falls in you tonight, the same way it rose and fell in the first night of your life, in the same circadian architecture, on the same molecular schedule, driven by the same protein cycles in the same cluster of neurons. You are, in this biological sense, the same organism you have always been, running the same program, in the same darkness, toward the same rest. The breath in the room is slower now, or seems slower, though perhaps it is the quality of attention to it that has changed. The way that watching something slowly, without urgency, makes it seem to move differently. The breath is what it is, but the attention to it has loosened, has stopped tracking it precisely, has let it be what it is without monitoring, which is a kind of rest in itself, the mind resting from its own monitoring. The monitoring that runs all day, the background assessment of everything, the weather and the traffic and the calendar and the conversation and the thing that was said and the thing that should have been said and the thing that needs doing and the feeling in the body and the quality of the light and the time remaining, all of it monitored, all of it held somewhere in the architecture of wakefulness. And now, in the dark, in the quiet, in the biological night, the monitoring is folding up. Not all at once, not completely, but it is quieting. The items on the list are receding, not because they are solved, because the brain, in its circadian evening configuration, is deprioritizing the executive functions that track and manage and plan in favor of the restorative functions that process and consolidate and rest. The prefrontal cortex, which is the seat of much of the monitoring and the planning and the managing of the self, is among the brain regions most affected by sleep deprivation and most relieved by sleep. It needs the night in a particular way. It needs the time off from its own function, and the circadian system gives it that time, every night, by shifting the brain's mode from the active engagement of wakefulness to the quieter, more internally directed activity of sleep. The monitoring is not lost, it is put down, and when the morning comes, and the cortisol rises, and the melatonin clears, and the light comes in, it will be picked back up, ready, rested, capable again of the precise attention and the careful judgment and the social sensitivity that make it what it is. But for now, it is allowed to rest, and in the resting, in the putting down of the monitoring, there is a particular quality of lightness that is hard to describe but easy to recognize. You may be in it right now, the slight feeling that nothing needs attending to, that everything that needs to be held is held, not by you, not right now, but by the darkness and the night and the biology that knows what to do with this hour. Everything is held, nothing is required, the clock is keeping its time, and the body is following it, and the mind is gently, gradually, in its own way and at its own pace, doing the same, following the clock, into the night, into the particular quality of the night that this hour is, with its specific temperature and its specific darkness and its specific silence, all of it combining into something the body knows by feel if not by name, something that has no label in the experience of it, but that, once you are in it, is completely recognizable as the thing it has always been. Home, in the biological sense. Not home in the way of a place you love, or a place you belong to in any social or emotional sense. Home in the sense of the most basic, most recurring, most universal of all human states. The state the body returns to every night of a life. The state the cells recognize as the one in which certain essential things happen, the things that cannot happen any other way or at any other time. The state of biological rest, the state that makes everything else possible. And the circadian clock is the key to this state, the key that was turned to night at the moment the light began to fade, or the moment you came inside into a dimmer space, or the moment you lay down in this room that is now dark or nearly dark, the key that has been turning every night of your life and will turn again tomorrow night and the night after, turning without effort, without instruction, without your conscious participation. The key turns, the door opens, and beyond it is simply the night, doing what the night does, which is hold the body, while the body does what only the night allows. Let's follow the thread of what happens in the sleeping brain, because we have been talking about the sleep that approaches and the biology that enables it, but there is something worth understanding about what the brain actually does once it is on the other side of wakefulness. Once the sleep gate has been entered and the conscious experience of the day has been set down. The brain during sleep is not inactive. This cannot be overstated, because the cultural image of sleep is often one of shutdown, of the system going dark, of a kind of temporary cessation that is almost, though not quite, like death. The ancient Greek understanding of sleep as the brother of death is poetically evocative, but biologically about as wrong as anything can be. The sleeping brain is busy, not busy in the same way as the waking brain, not engaged in the monitoring and the planning and the processing of incoming sensory information, but busy in its own way, with its own particular and essential tasks. During slow-wave sleep, the deepest stages of non-REM sleep that dominate the first half of the night, the brain produces large, slow oscillations of electrical activity, the delta waves that give this stage its other name. These slow oscillations are not random, they are organized, coordinated, and they serve a specific function. They are the brain's mechanism for transferring information from the hippocampus, where the day's experiences were initially encoded, to the neocortex, where they can be stored in a more permanent, distributed form. The hippocampus is a remarkable structure, paired like the suprachiasmatic nucleus, one on each side, curved like the seahorses they are named for. Its particular specialty is the rapid encoding of new experiences, the binding together of the details of an event into a coherent memory. But it has limited capacity. It cannot hold everything indefinitely. The solution the brain has arrived at is to use the nighttime, the quiet period when the hippocampus is not being asked to encode new incoming information, to replay and transfer the day's most important encodings to the cortex, where they can be stored in a more distributed, more permanent form. This transfer happens during slow-wave sleep, driven by the slow oscillations, in a process that has been studied in some detail in the last couple of decades. The hippocampus replays the neural patterns that represent the day's experiences, and the cortex, receiving these replays, gradually consolidates them into its long-term representation of the world, integrating new information with existing knowledge, strengthening some memories, allowing others to fade. By morning, the information has been moved. The hippocampus is relatively clear again, ready to encode the new day's experiences. The cortex has integrated what was worth keeping. This is memory consolidation, and it happens in your sleep, tonight, without any effort on your part. Whatever you learnt today, whatever was worth keeping from the day's experiences, whatever felt significant or was repeated enough times to leave an impression, it is going to be processed tonight. The replay will happen, the transfer will happen, the consolidation will happen. In the slow wave sleep of the first part of the night, while the melatonin is at its elevation and the cortisol is at its nadir and the circadian system is fully committed to the night phase, the hippocampus will do its work. You will not be aware of it. You will just wake tomorrow and find, sometimes, that something you were struggling to understand yesterday is clearer, that a problem that seemed intractable has somehow simplified overnight, that the emotional edge of something difficult has softened, not gone, but softened, made more manageable. This is not magic. It is the hippocampus having done its job. It is the circadian system having held the space for that job to be done. The REM sleep that comes later in the night, in the hours before natural waking, is doing something different, something that is still being understood in full, but that involves the processing of emotional memory in a way that reduces its effective charge. There is a hypothesis, developed most prominently by the sleep researcher Matthew Walker among others, that REM sleep provides a kind of overnight emotional first aid, a chance for the brain to revisit the emotional content of difficult experiences, while the neurochemical environment is different from wakefulness. Specifically, lower norepinephrine levels during REM may allow the brain to process the emotional valence of memories without the full physiological stress response that those memories would trigger when replayed in wakefulness. The idea is that REM sleep helps to separate the informational content of a difficult experience from its emotional sting, not to erase the memory, not to forget what happened, but to process it in a context where the alarm system is quieter, where the memory can be examined and integrated without triggering the full cascade of the stress response, so that when you encounter that memory again in waking life, it carries less of its original charge. This is why a good night's sleep after an emotionally difficult day often produces a genuine shift in how the difficulty is experienced the following morning. Not resolution, not absence, but a different relationship to it, a slight removal of the acute edge. The thing that felt unbearable last night has not changed, but something in how the brain holds it has. That processing happened in your sleep, in the REM sleep of the morning hours, when the cortex and the amygdala and the hippocampus were replaying and reprocessing and reorganizing in the particular neurochemical environment that REM provides, doing the overnight emotional work that waking cannot do in the same way. Every night, whether you know it or not, whether you remember dreaming or not, the brain is doing its maintenance, its repair, its consolidation, its emotional processing, all of it in the background of whatever your experience of sleep is, or isn't, on any given night. And the circadian clock is what schedules all of it. The clock determines when slow-wave sleep is most likely, when REM is most available, when the brain's neurochemical environment is configured for each stage's particular work. Remove the clock, and the stages continue, but their relationship to each other and to the rest of the body's daily biology is lost. With the clock intact and well entrained, the stages arrive when they are supposed to, in the proportions that the night requires, in the sequence that serves the brain's maintenance needs. The clock is the schedule, and tonight the schedule is being kept. We have been moving, in this long conversation, through layer after layer of the circadian biology, and it might be worth taking a moment to notice what has accumulated in the room while we have been talking, not accumulated visibly, but there is something different about the room or about your relationship to it than there was at the beginning of this. The science that has been laid down over the past hours of listening is not the kind of science that sits in the mind as information to be retained and retrieved. It is the kind that settles into the body somehow, becomes part of the felt sense of what is happening, gives a grounding to the sensations that were already present but were not quite named. The melatonin that was rising before this began is still rising, higher now. The core temperature that was beginning to fall is further into its descent. The adenosine that has been accumulating since you woke this morning is at a high level, pressing, comfortable in its pressure, the pressure of a body that has spent itself well in the day and is ready, genuinely ready, to discharge the debt. All of that was already happening. The conversation did not cause any of it. But perhaps it has made it easier to be in the middle of it without fighting, without monitoring, without the low-level vigilance that tends to attend the approach of sleep when sleep is something to be managed rather than something to be entered. The approach of sleep does not require management, it requires presence, just being here, in this room, in this body, in this hour, while the biology does what the biology does, and the biology is doing it. Let's think now about light in the morning, because we have talked about evening darkness and its role in the melatonin rise and the circadian transition to night. But the morning side of the equation is equally important and perhaps more often overlooked, partly because the morning tends to be busy in a way that the evening is not, and the idea of paying attention to the light you receive in the first hour of the day can feel like another thing to manage when the morning is already full of things. But this is worth understanding not as a prescription but as a mechanism, because once you understand the mechanism, the behavior that supports it becomes obviously sensible rather than arbitrarily recommended. The circadian clock is most sensitive to light in the period around dawn, the time when light is transitioning from absent to present. This is the period during which light has the strongest phase-advancing effect, the strongest anchoring effect, the strongest resetting signal it provides. This is when the clock is most responsive to being told, "This is morning, anchor here, let this be the beginning of the day." The reason for this timing sensitivity goes back to the phase response curve we discussed earlier. The clock's sensitivity to the phase-advancing effect of light peaks in the hours around the temperature minimum, which is in the very early morning, and continues to be elevated in the hour or so following the temperature minimum, which corresponds roughly to the period around natural waking time. This is exactly the period when, in the world before artificial light, a sleeping creature would first be exposed to the light of dawn. So the system is exquisitely calibrated. The clock is most sensitive to phase-advancing light precisely when dawn arrives in the natural environment. The clock receives the dawn signal when it is most receptive to it, anchors its phase to dawn, and from that anchor point, the rest of the daily biology unfolds in its proper temporal relationship. In the modern world, where most people wake up indoors and transition quickly to other indoor spaces, the dawn light may never reach the eyes in its full intensity. Instead, what the eyes receive in the first waking hour is the relatively dim, often warm-toned light of indoor lighting, which the circadian system reads as a much weaker signal than actual dawn, and which produces a correspondingly weaker phase-setting effect. This is not a crisis. The clock adjusts to the information available. It entrained to the light environment it encountered last summer, and the summer before, and every summer of your life. It has always been working with what was available. But the consistency and intensity of the morning light signal does matter for how sharply and reliably the phase is anchored each day. More light, closer to actual dawn, produces a sharper anchor. Less light, or light delivered later in the morning, produces a softer one, a phase that is still anchored but less firmly, more susceptible to drift if the other signals in the day and evening are not also clear. This is part of why people often notice that their sleep timing feels most reliable in summer, when the days are long and bright, and the morning light is intense, and the evenings are warm and social, all of which conspire to give the circadian system an abundance of clear, unambiguous information about the time of day. And why winter, with its grey mornings and its dim days and its long evenings under artificial light, can feel like a period when the sleep timing is less reliable, the sleep gate is a little fuzzier, the whole circadian system a little less precise in its operation. The same mechanism, just different information. More information in summer, less in winter. The clock does its best with what it has, always, in every season, at every latitude, under every weather pattern the world provides. It has always done its best with what it had. And tonight, having received whatever information the day offered it, it is running on its evening schedule, doing the things the evening calls for, producing the biology of night in the cells and the blood and the organs that are listening for it. The clock is doing its best tonight, and its best is, as it has always been, quite good. Let's slow down here, because we are approaching a place in the conversation where slowing down is appropriate, where the thread we have been following, from the first cells in the retina, through the protein cycles in the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and out through the whole body orchestration of the circadian rhythm, has brought us to something simpler than where we started. Not simpler in the sense of less true, simpler in the sense of less complex to hold. The complexity was necessary. The molecular clock and the retinohypothalamic tract, and the phase response curve, and the melatonin synthesis pathway, and the glymphatic system, and the sleep stages, and the chronotype genetics. All of it was necessary, not because the listener needed to memorize it or apply it, but because understanding the mechanism changes the relationship with the experience. When you know that the melatonin in your blood right now is real, is measurable, is produced by a gland that received its signal from a clock, that received its information from your eyes reading the darkness, then the sleepiness that accompanies that melatonin is not just tiredness, it is information. It is the body speaking in the only language it has, chemistry and temperature and the heaviness of the eyelids saying, the timing is right, the conditions are aligned, the system is ready, and when the system is ready, what is left? Just the letting, just the quality of presence in a body that is already doing the thing it needs to do. The breath that has been going all this time without anyone managing it, the heartbeat that has been keeping its count without any conscious direction, the temperature at the surface of the skin, warm and comfortable, the heat that has been moved there from the core, doing its quiet thermal work without any instruction, the darkness of the room that has been receiving the last light from your eyes, passing it through the retina to the ganglion cells, to the optic nerve, to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, all of it happening at the speed of neural signals, the speed of chemical change, the speed of all the things that happen in the body that are faster than thought. All of it is already happening, right now, in this room, in you. There is nothing to add to it, nothing to manage or adjust or optimize. Just this, the body in its evening configuration, in its dark room, at its right time, with its clock running and its chemistry aligned and its temperature descending and its melatonin elevated, all of it moving in one direction, the direction that every night for every night of your life has moved, the direction of rest, of recovery, of the quiet dark hours that make the bright hours possible, the direction of sleep, which is not a destination you are traveling toward. It is a state you are already in the process of entering. The process began before this conversation. It began in a sense, with this morning's light. And it will complete, in the way it always completes, with the body arriving at the rest it has been moving toward since the first moment of wakefulness, the rest that is not an ending but a return to the baseline from which every day begins, the deep biological rest that is not a pause in life but part of the rhythm of it, as essential and as natural as the waking that will follow it. The day was the out-breath. This is the in-breath, long and slow and complete. And somewhere in the slow completeness of it, in the dark room and the quiet and the melatonin and the protein cycles and the ancient continuity of the rhythm, there is something that is not quite comfort and not quite safety and not quite peace, but is something related to all three. Something that does not need a name, something that the body has known since long before names existed, the feeling of the night receiving you, the feeling of lying down in the ancient dark and having the ancient dark know exactly what to do with you. It has always known. It knows tonight. And the knowing is the last thing that is needed here, in this room, in this hour, on this side of sleep. On this side of sleep, the biology is already doing its complete work. And the mind, which has been following along with all of this, has probably noticed something in itself over the course of this conversation, something that happened quietly, without announcement. It got quieter, not because it was told to, not because it was guided through a technique or instructed to relax or asked to focus on its breath and count to some number. It got quieter because that is what the mind does when it is given something to rest in, something to follow that is not demanding or urgent, something that is genuinely interesting and genuinely warm and genuinely true, and that requires nothing in return. The mind quieted because the biology was already quieting it. And the conversation simply gave the quieting somewhere to go, which is enough, which is in fact exactly enough. Let's spend some time now with something we have been circling without fully entering, which is the experience of sleep in its relationship to time, the strange quality of how the sleeping mind relates to duration, to sequence, to the passage of hours. Waking time has a texture. It moves at a pace that varies with experience and attention, faster when you are absorbed in something, slower when you are bored or anxious, but always moving, always accumulating, always adding minutes to the tally of the hour and hours to the tally of the day. You feel it move. You can look at a clock and confirm what you felt, that 10 minutes passed or 30 or 2 hours, and the confirmation matches the felt experience, more or less. Sleep time is different. Sleep time does not accumulate in any way you experience. The 8 hours of a good night's sleep, from the inside, feel like nothing, or like very little, or like a kind of vast and featureless space that has no duration because there is no experiencing subject to measure it. You lie down, you close your eyes, the night passes, you open your eyes, the clock says 8 hours have elapsed. But the 8 hours are simply not in your experience. They happen to your body. They happened in your cells and your blood and your brain tissue. But they did not happen to you, not in the first-person sense, not in the sense that you were there for them. This is philosophically strange, if you let it be. The hours that are arguably the most biologically important hours of the day, the hours during which the most essential maintenance and repair and consolidation are happening, are the hours that are most absent from experience. The body is most industriously at work when the self is most completely absent. Which raises an interesting question about what the self is for, in biological terms. All the monitoring and the managing and the planning and the attending that the waking self does, all the effort of being a person in the world during the hours of the day, the body seems to need a regular break from it. Not because the self is harmful, but because the work that the body needs to do in the night requires, apparently, the self's absence. The self needs to step aside, and the circadian clock is what schedules the stepping aside. Every night, the self sets itself down and the body does its deepest work. And then the cortisol rises and the melatonin falls and the temperature begins to climb and the self is picked back up again, assembled from sleep in the same way it is assembled from nothing in the morning of every life, groggy for a moment, slow and then quickening, and then fully present again, in the same world, in the same body, carrying the same continuities. This is one of the most extraordinary things the biology does. Sets you down and picks you up again, every night and every morning, for every night and morning of a life. Without variation in the mechanism, without variation in the molecular clock that times it, without failure of the basic circadian architecture that schedules the setting down and the picking up. The self has been set down and picked up tens of thousands of times, and each time the picking up produces, apparently, the same self, continuous, coherent, in possession of the same memories and the same body and the same relationships to the people and places and objects that constitute a life. Sleep does not interrupt the continuity of a life. It is part of the continuity. It is the rhythm that the continuity moves in. Day and night and day and night and day, the same self, carried forward by the biology that knows how to maintain it, that has been maintaining it since the beginning, that will continue to maintain it tonight, in this room, in this darkness, in the hours that are coming, and that will pass without being felt, and that will nevertheless do everything that needs to be done. The body knows how to maintain you. It has always known. Trust that. Not as an instruction, as a recognition. The trust is already there, underneath everything. You have been trusting the body's maintenance of itself every night of your life, without knowing you were trusting it, without making any decision about it, without choosing to extend that trust, because the alternative never really occurred to you. The body has always done this. The trust has always been warranted. It is warranted tonight. Now let's move into something that touches on shift work, because we mentioned it earlier, and it deserves the careful attention it has earned in circadian research, and because understanding what happens to the circadian system under conditions of extreme misalignment deepens the appreciation for what alignment feels like, and what alignment is doing for you on a night like this one. Shift work, in the context of circadian biology, refers to work schedules that require people to be awake and active during the biological night, the hours when the circadian system is configured for sleep. This includes night shifts, rotating shifts, early morning shifts that begin before the biological morning, and any other schedule that places sustained demand on the waking, active self at a time when the internal clock is running in night phase configuration. The number of people who work some form of shift work is substantial, in the range of 15 to 20% of the working population in industrialized countries, though the exact figure varies with how shift work is defined. These people face a genuine biological challenge that is different in kind from the challenge of simply not getting enough sleep, though they often face that challenge as well. The challenge is misalignment. When you work through the night, the external world is demanding wakefulness, alertness, performance, precisely during the hours when the circadian system is most committed to sleep. The melatonin is elevated, the core temperature is approaching its nadir, the slow-wave sleep propensity is high, the cortisol is low. Everything about the body's internal state is saying, this is the time for rest. And the external world, the job, the schedule, the alarm clock set for mid-afternoon to begin a night shift, is saying, be awake. The conflict is real, and it is physiological. And it does not go away with adaptation in the way that, say, adapting to a new exercise routine goes away. The circadian clock adapts to new schedules, yes, but slowly, and the adaptation is impeded by the natural light-dark cycle that continues to drive the clock toward its original phase. A person working nights still lives in a world where the sun rises in the morning and sets in the evening, and their eyes, even behind blackout curtains, are exposed to some light during the waking hours, and that light is working against the phase shift that full adaptation to night work would require. So most night shift workers are in a state of chronic partial misalignment, not fully adapted to their schedule, not fully aligned with the natural day, living between two temporal worlds without being fully at home in either. The health consequences of this chronic misalignment, documented across decades of research and across multiple countries and populations, include elevated rates of metabolic disturbance, cardiovascular risk, certain cancers, immune dysfunction, depression, and cognitive impairment. These are not trivial findings. They are not the result of shift work being simply stressful or poorly paid or socially isolating, though it may be some of those things too. The specific biological mechanism is the circadian misalignment itself. The body's maintenance systems are being run at the wrong times. The immune repair that should happen during the biological night is being pushed into the biological day when the immune system's configuration is different. The cardiovascular rest that the night provides is being disrupted by the demands of wakefulness. The metabolic processing of the digestive system, which has its own clock tuned to the timing of meals and activity in the day, is being asked to process food at times when it is configured for rest. The orchestra is being asked to play two different pieces simultaneously, not forever, not without recovery. On rest days and recovery periods, the clock begins to re-entrain to the natural light-dark cycle, and some of the misalignment resolves. But for people on rotating shifts, who never get more than a few days on any one schedule before switching again, the re-entrainment never completes. They live in perpetual misalignment, never quite adjusted, never quite aligned, the clock always in the process of shifting toward or away from a schedule that keeps moving. This is said not to alarm but to illuminate, because what it illuminates, when you hold it against the experience of being in a well-aligned circadian state, which is what you are in right now, is the value of what is actually happening in this room tonight. The alignment, the agreement between the internal clock and the external world. The fact that the hour is right, in both biological and environmental terms, for exactly what the body is doing. This alignment, which feels ordinary precisely because it is what the body is designed for, is not trivial. For the 15 or 20% of people whose schedules ask them to live outside this alignment for significant portions of their lives, the ordinary biological night that you are in right now would feel like a recovery, like a restoration, like coming home after a long time away. It is home. This is home. The biological night is the body's home, the place it returns to every cycle, the configuration it is built to occupy for the hours of rest and repair and consolidation. The waking day is the outgoing, the active, the working phase. This is the return, and the return is always possible. Even after the most disrupted period, even after the most severe misalignment, the clock retains its capacity to re-entrain. Given consistent signals, given morning light and evening darkness, and some consistency of schedule, the clock will find the external day and anchor to it again. The process takes time. The re-entrainment happens at its own pace, not the pace you might prefer. But it happens. It always happens, because the clock is designed to find the light. It has always been designed to find the light, and to follow the darkness, and to keep the time that the planet keeps, in its slow and steady rotation, in the rhythm that underlies everything else. There is something worth acknowledging about the particular texture of a night that follows a difficult period. Sometimes the night you are in is not the night after a perfectly aligned week. Sometimes it follows a run of disrupted sleep, or a period of stress that kept the cortisol elevated into the night hours, or a stretch of late screens and early alarms and social jet lag, and the accumulated weight of a schedule that asked too much of the biology. On those nights, the ease is still available, not identical to the ease on a night of perfect alignment, but available because the clock is still running, the melatonin is still rising, the temperature is still falling, the adenosine, if anything, is higher than usual, the pressure for sleep more urgent, the gate opening with more insistence than usual. The body is not punishing you for the disruption. It is, in its way, showing you how much it wants to restore the alignment, how ready it is to use whatever opportunity for rest arrives. A night of genuine rest after a run of disrupted sleep is its own kind of experience. The body recognizes it. Not consciously, but you feel the recognition in how quickly the ease comes, how deeply the stillness goes, how completely the day releases its grip when the biology finally, after too many nights of fighting or straining or sleeping shallow, gets the conditions it needs. The conditions are available tonight. Whatever led up to this, whatever the recent history of your sleep has been, the conditions right now, in this room, in this darkness, are the right conditions. The clock is doing what the clock does. The melatonin is doing what it does. The temperature is doing what it does. All of the biology is aligned with this hour and with what this hour calls for. And the body, whatever it has been through recently, is ready to receive it. More than ready. Grateful, in the way that a body is grateful, which is not with emotion, but with function, with the smooth and efficient operation that happens when a biological system is finally given what it needs, with the deep and complete rest that follows the relief of alignment after misalignment. The body receives gratitude in rest, and rest is here. Let's go now into something that we have been building toward without rushing, which is the role of darkness itself, not as the absence of light, not as merely the context in which melatonin rises, but as something with its own active role in the circadian system and in the broader ecology of sleep. Darkness is not passive. This is a small but important reframe. The common understanding of light and darkness in sleep is that light is the active signal, the one that suppresses melatonin and advances or delays the clock, and darkness is simply the absence of the active signal, the neutral background. But this is not quite right. Darkness is itself a signal. The absence of light from those specialized retinal ganglion cells is not the same as no signal at all. It is a specific input that the suprachiasmatic nucleus interprets as night, as the time for the night phase biology to begin. The clock is not simply waiting for light to tell it what to do, it is actively running its cycle, and the absence of light, arriving at the appropriate point in that cycle, confirms and reinforces the night phase configuration that the molecular clock is already entering. In other words, both the presence of morning light and the absence of evening light are signals. Both are information, both matter. This is why even relatively dim light at night, light that might seem too dim to have much effect, can affect the melatonin signal if it is sufficiently blue-enriched and sustained. Because the system is sensitive to light in the evening in a way that is specifically calibrated to detect whether darkness has truly arrived. The threshold for darkness is real, but it is not absolute blackness. The system can detect relatively low levels of the relevant wavelengths, and if it detects them during the window when it expects darkness, It responds by partially suppressing the melatonin rise, partially delaying the circadian transition to night. This is the basis for the advice, often given in sleep improvement contexts, to dim the lights in the evening and avoid bright screen exposure before bed. Not because bright light in the evening is dangerous or pathological, but because the circadian system is actively looking for darkness at that time, and bright light, even the bright light of a lamp, partially interferes with the darkness signal. In the room right now, assuming it is dark or dim, the darkness signal is clean. The specialized cells in your retina are receiving very little input. The signal to the suprachiasmatic nucleus is quiet. The melatonin suppression is lifted. The evening cascade has been running without interference. That is the ideal. Not a standard to be anxious about meeting, just the biology working without interference, which is all it ever needs. And it has been working without interference tonight, in this room, for however long you have been here. Let's think about what has been happening in the rest of the body during the course of this conversation. In the organs and tissues that have their own peripheral clocks and their own circadian biology, all of it running in parallel, all of it tuned to the same master. The liver, which we mentioned earlier, has been quietly adjusting its metabolic activity through the evening. Gluconeogenesis, the production of glucose from non-carbohydrate precursors, follows a circadian rhythm, lower during the active day when incoming dietary glucose is available, higher during the overnight fast when the liver needs to maintain blood glucose levels from its own stores. That transition, from fed state to fasted state metabolism, is happening now, has been happening since dinner, is part of the circadian biology of the night. The kidneys have been reducing their output, producing less urine than they do during the day, both because of reduced fluid intake during the night and because of a circadian reduction in the glomerular filtration rate, the rate at which the kidney filters blood. That is part of the night phase configuration. This is why for most people under most circumstances, the night can be slept through without the need to urinate, a small but significant convenience that is actually a precisely timed circadian adjustment of kidney function. The immune system, which we have mentioned in passing several times, is doing something complex and important during the night. The relationship between the circadian rhythm and the immune system is one of the more actively studied areas of circadian biology right now, and what has emerged is a picture of the immune system as deeply temporal, with different immune activities peaking at different times of day. The production of certain cytokines, the small signaling proteins that coordinate the immune response, follows circadian patterns. The activity of natural killer cells, which patrol for infected or cancerous cells, is higher at certain times of day than others. The migration of immune cells from the blood into tissues, where they do their surveillance and repair work, is circadian. During the night, certain aspects of the immune response that are associated with repair and recovery are most active. The deep, slow-wave sleep that dominates the first part of the night appears to be particularly important for certain immune functions, with some studies showing that the production of growth hormone, which occurs in large pulses during slow-wave sleep, promotes tissue repair and immune function in ways that are relevant to how well the body recovers from illness and from the ordinary wear of the day. This is part of why being ill disrupts sleep architecture, and sleep disrupts immune function, in both directions, in a bi-directional relationship that makes intuitive sense once you understand that they share the same circadian coordination. The circadian system is the common thread. Disrupt it, and both sleep quality and immune function are affected. Support it, through consistent sleep timing and appropriate light exposure, and the other factors that keep the clock well entrained, and both benefit. Tonight, in this room, the immune system is in its night phase configuration. The repair functions are active or becoming active. The surveillance is ongoing. The maintenance of the body that only happens in this phase, that only happens when the circadian clock has shifted into night phase operation and the melatonin is elevated and the cortisol is low and the slow wave sleep has begun or is approaching, that maintenance is underway. The body is taking care of itself tonight. It always takes care of itself tonight. This is what the nights are for, not just the subjective experience of rest, which is real and important, but the objective biological work of maintenance and repair and consolidation that the night phase biology enables. The work that cannot be done in the day, when the metabolic demands of wakefulness and activity leave the body's resources allocated to performance rather than recovery. The night is the recovery, the day is the performance. The circadian system schedules both, and tonight, the schedule is being kept, the recovery is in progress. You are in it, not doing it, in it. The way you are in your own heartbeat without doing it. The way you are in your own breath without doing it. The way you are in all the involuntary biology of being alive without doing any of it, without even being aware of most of it. The circadian biology of tonight is no different. It is happening in you the way all the rest of it happens, without your management, without your participation, simply because you are alive, and alive things follow the rhythm of the planet, and the planet is in its nightly position, and your cells know it, and they are doing what cells do when the planet is in its nightly position. They are resting and repairing and consolidating and maintaining, in the dark, in the quiet, in the particular and specific dark and quiet of this room, on this night, at this hour, which is, as all the rooms and nights and hours have been, exactly enough, which has always been exactly enough. The sufficiency of this is something worth sitting with. The sufficiency of the dark room, the quiet, the body's own biology aligned with the hour, the clock running, the melatonin elevated, the temperature descending, all of it already in place, already sufficient, already doing everything that needs to be done. Nothing extra is needed, nothing is missing. The conditions for rest are complete, and in the completeness of the conditions, the rest itself is already arriving, has been arriving, will continue to arrive through the hours ahead, without interruption, without any effort from the part of you that would make the effort, because that part, the planning part, the managing part, the part that would try to sleep and thereby prevent it, is already quieting, has been quieting since you settled in, is now at its lowest ebb since this morning, and will not need to do anything at all for the rest of what remains of this night. The rest of this night is taken care of by the clock, by the darkness, by the 500 million years of biological refinement that produced, in the cells of your suprachiasmatic nucleus, in the molecular clockwork of your protein cycles, in the melatonin in your blood, and the temperature of your hands, and the weight of your eyelids, a system that knows exactly what to do with this hour, a system that has always known, a system that knew before you were born, and will know after you wake, tomorrow, in the light of the morning that will anchor the clock again for another day. But that is the morning, and the morning is a long, quiet way away from here, from this room, from this breath, from this particular quality of stillness that has no name in any language, but is recognized by every body that has ever settled into the dark and felt the day finally, fully, and without resistance, let go. The day has let go. You can feel it. Or perhaps you cannot feel it, because feeling requires a self that is attending, and the self is already partway into the place where attending is no longer happening, where the monitoring has settled into something below the threshold of experience, where the thoughts that were present a few minutes ago have drifted to a distance that makes them feel like things observed rather than things inhabited. If that is where you are, then you are already in the passage, already in the transition from the side of the night where you are aware to the side where you are not. And the passage is smooth. It is always smooth when the conditions are right. When the clock has done its work, and the melatonin has done its work, and the temperature has done its work, and the adenosine has done its work, and everything that needed to be aligned is aligned, and everything that needed to be released has been released, and the room is dark, and the body is still, and the breath is slow, the passage into sleep is not a cliff edge or a hard boundary. It is a gradient. A gradual dissolving of the boundary between waking and not waking, between the self that is here and the biology that continues in its absence. You cross it without knowing you have crossed it, which is, in its quiet way, one of the most elegant things the body does. The crossing happens without witness, not because there is no one there, but because the someone who was there has already, softly, gone through. And the clock keeps its time, and the proteins turn in their cycles, and the darkness holds the room. And somewhere very close to where you are right now, the rest you needed is already happening. The deep, complete, circadianly timed, biologically scheduled, ancient, and absolutely reliable rest that this hour was always going to bring. It is here. It has always been here. Every night. Including this one, including right now. The clock says rest, and rest is what the body heard, and rest is what the body answered with. Not with any effort, with the simple, total, unhurried compliance of a system that was built for exactly this, that has been practicing exactly this since the first night of your life, that requires nothing from you now except the one thing you are already giving it, which is the absence of your interference, the absence of management, the absence of trying, just the room and the dark and the breath and the clock and the long quiet of the biological night doing what the biological night has always done. Let's stay in this for a while, not hurrying anywhere, not trying to arrive at the next thing, just here, in the particular quality of this moment, which is a moment the science has been building toward since the first sentence, since the first mention of the cells in the retina measuring the darkness, since the first acknowledgement that something is already happening in the body that does not require the mind's participation. The something is still happening, more completely now than at the beginning. The melatonin that was rising when we started is higher now. The temperature that was beginning to fall is further along its descent. The adenosine that had been accumulating all day is pressing with the full weight of the waking hours, the accumulated chemical residue of everything your neurons did today, all the thinking and perceiving and moving and remembering, all of it leaving its trace in the extracellular adenosine that is now, at this hour, at a level that makes the pull toward sleep not a suggestion, but something close to a physical fact. And the clock, the suprachiasmatic nucleus with its 20,000 neurons turning their protein cycles in the center of your head, is in its deepest night phase configuration, having moved steadily through the evening hours into the window of time that is most completely and unambiguously the biological night. All of this is still happening. It did not stop when the words got quieter. It will not stop when the words end. It will not stop at any point in the night ahead, because the clock does not pause, the protein cycles do not pause, the melatonin tide does not pause and reverse until the biology calls for it, which is not for several hours yet, hours that will pass in the wordless interior of sleep, in the deep restorative dark that has no experience associated with it, but that is, in every measurable biological sense, the most productive time of your day. Productive in the quiet sense, in the maintenance sense, in the way that a garden is productive in the night when the visible activity has stopped, but the roots are still drawing water, and the cells are still dividing, and the whole slow green machinery of growth is running without any light to see it by. The body is that garden tonight, growing in the dark, repairing in the dark, doing the things that only the dark allows. We have covered a great deal of ground in this conversation, moving from the outer biology of light and darkness and the retinal cells that read them, inward through the suprachiasmatic nucleus and its molecular clockwork, outward again to the melatonin tide and the temperature descent and the whole body orchestration of the circadian system, and then to the places where the system meets the pressures of modern life, the jet lag and the shift work and the social jet lag and the chronotype variation, and then to what the sleeping brain actually does during the hours of sleep, and then back, slowly and gradually, to the room and the body and the specific biology of this particular night. The journey has been outward and inward and outward and inward, the way understanding works when it is not just accumulating facts but actually changing the relationship with experience. The experience of lying in the dark at the edge of sleep is different now than it was at the beginning of this conversation. Not because anything external has changed, because the internal landscape of the experience has been given more detail, more texture, more grounding in the actual mechanisms of what is happening. You know now, in a way you perhaps did not know before, or did not know with this degree of specificity, that the heaviness you feel is not vague. It is the adenosine pressing on receptors throughout the brain, that the comfortable warmth at the edges of the body is not random. It is the distal vasodilation of the evening temperature descent, the blood moving heat outward so the core can cool. That the slight looseness of thought, the way ideas are no longer connecting with the precision of earlier in the day, is not failure. It is the circadian modulation of prefrontal function, the scheduled reduction in the brain's executive mode as the night phase biology takes hold. All of it is specific. All of it is timed. All of it is part of the same precise, ancient, beautifully coordinated system that is running in you right now without a single instruction from your conscious mind. The knowledge of this does not make sleep happen faster, but it makes the approach to sleep something other than anxious. It makes the lying in the dark at the edge of wakefulness a place to be, rather than a problem to solve. It makes the biology trustworthy, which it has always been, but which is easier to experience as trustworthy when you understand what it is doing and why. This is perhaps the deepest purpose of a conversation like this one. Not information, trust, the particular quality of trust that comes not from being told that something is safe, but from understanding, at the level of mechanism, why it is safe, why it works, why it has always worked, why it will work tonight, in this room, in this body, in this hour. The circadian rhythm is safe. It is the safest thing in you, the thing that has never once failed to return you to rest when rest was needed, the thing that has never once failed to bring the morning when the night was done, the thing that, across every night of your life, in every season, in every year, through health and illness, through stress and ease, through every disruption that life has brought to the schedule, and every disruption that you have visited on the schedule yourself, has kept running, has kept finding the light, has kept anchoring to the planet, has kept doing the thing it was built to do, which is to ensure that the body gets what it needs, in the right sequence, at the right time, every 24 hours, for as long as the body is alive to need it. That rhythm is in you. It is you, in a sense that goes deeper than personality or memory or intention or any of the things that you usually mean when you say you. It is the oldest you, the you that existed before you had a self to be aware of. The you that will keep running even when the self is absent, as it is about to be, for the hours of this night that remain. And the rhythm will bring the self back, in the morning, with the light, reassembled and rested and ready. It has always done this. It will do it again. But let's not rush to the morning. The morning is its own thing, with its own beauty, its own cortisol surge, and its own eye-opening, and its own first sense of the day coming back into focus. Right now, the thing is the night. The thing is this room. The thing is the particular quality of the air at this hour, which has settled into a stillness that is different from the stillness of the afternoon. Denser somehow, more committed, the stillness of a world that has fully leaned into its dark phase and is not going to be leaning back for some time. The thing is the breath. Whatever the breath is doing right now, however slow or deep or shallow or even it has become, it is the right breath for this moment. It is the breath of a body that is in the right place, at the right time, doing the right thing. It is not a breath to analyze or adjust. It is just the breath, the one the body chose, the one the biology produced. The thing is the weight of the body, not heavy in the sense of burdened or effortful, heavy in the sense of settled, of having found its resting configuration, of having let go of the postural effort that waking requires, and arrived at the particular shape that the body takes when it is no longer needed for anything. The particular shape, the one it comes back to every night, the one that is, in its way, home. There is something about returning to a topic we have visited before from a slightly different direction, and the topic is the sheer scope of the synchronization that the circadian system achieves. We have talked about the master clock and the peripheral clocks, and how they are synchronized to each other and to the external day. But there is a scale to this synchronization that is worth picturing, if picturing is still something the mind is inclined toward in this hour. In your body right now, there are something like 37 trillion cells. 37 trillion is a number that has no intuitive meaning. It is too large for the imagination to hold in any concrete sense. But each of those cells, or nearly each of them, contains a copy of the molecular clock. The same feedback loop, the same period and cryptochrome and clock and BMAL1, running in each individual cell, cycling with a period of approximately 24 hours. 37 trillion individual molecular clocks, all running simultaneously, all synchronized with each other, all telling, in their chemical way, the same time. The synchronization is not perfect at the level of individual cells. There is noise, there is variation. Individual cells drift slightly. But at the level of tissues and organs, and at the level of the whole organism, the synchronization is remarkably precise. The result of the constant signaling from the master clock and the constant coupling between cells within tissues that keeps local populations of clocks in tight alignment. 37 trillion clocks saying the same thing. Tonight, right now, they are all saying night. Every one of them, in the language of chemistry, in the particular configuration of transcription factors bound to DNA and proteins, present or absent in the cellular machinery, night, rest, the time for the processes that only happen in the night phase. And all of those processes are happening in 37 trillion cells simultaneously, coordinated by a clock that has no central processor, no single point of control, no master computer running the show, just the coupled oscillation of cells that talk to each other and align with each other and produce, collectively, the remarkable biological fact of a whole organism moving through time as a coherent unit, all its parts in the same moment of its daily cycle, all doing what that moment calls for. This is you, right now, a coherent biological unit, all your parts in their night phase configuration, all your cells saying the same word. in 37 trillion simultaneous whispers. Rest, the word the cells have always said, in the dark, at this hour. The word that needs no translation and no explanation and no management. Just hearing, just being in the room where it is being said, which is this room, right now. There is something we have not said directly that is worth saying directly, even at this late point in the conversation, which is that the science of the circadian rhythm is not a closed subject. It is not finished. The molecular clockwork was only identified in the 1970s and 1980s, with the discovery of the period gene in fruit flies, and the full picture of the human clock mechanism only came together in the 1990s and the decades following, with the isolation of the relevant human genes and the identification of the proteins. The researchers who discovered the molecular basis of the circadian clock, Jeffrey Hall, Michael Rosbash, and Michael Young, received the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2017, which in scientific terms is quite recent. There is still a great deal that is not known. The full function of REM sleep remains genuinely debated among researchers. The precise mechanisms by which sleep disruption leads to the long-term health consequences it is associated with are still being worked out. The relationship between circadian rhythms and mental health, which appears to be deep and bidirectional, is an area of intense current research with many open questions. The role of the glymphatic system, the brain's overnight waste clearance system, in human sleep is still being characterized. This conversation has presented the science as it stands, with the caveats and the qualifications that honest science requires, without pretending to more certainty than exists or to less uncertainty than is real. The facts that are established are genuinely established, the result of decades of work by thousands of researchers using tools from molecular genetics to neuroimaging to carefully controlled human studies. And the facts that are established are already extraordinary. The protein feedback loop that keeps time in cells, the specialized retinal photoreceptors that read ambient light for timing purposes, the direct neural pathway from the retina to the hypothalamus that bypasses the visual cortex, the temperature rhythm and its relationship to sleep onset, the melatonin tide and its role as a temporal signal rather than a sleep inducer, the chronotype variation and its genetic basis, the sleep architecture and its circadian timing, the peripheral clocks in every organ and tissue and their synchronization with the master. These things are known, they are real, and they are happening in you tonight, in the precise and well-coordinated way that they always happen, producing the particular quality of this hour, this room, this body, this approach to sleep. The science says, this is real. The biology says, this is happening. And somewhere underneath both of those, underneath the science and the biology, and the names and the mechanisms, something much simpler says, this is right, this feels right, the way the night feels right when the body is aligned with it, the way rest feels right when the biology is calling for it, the way this particular darkness and this particular quiet and this particular breath feel right, not because they have been arranged or managed or optimized, but because they are exactly what the body needed at this hour, and the hour has finally, fully arrived. The hour has arrived. You are in it. And the only thing left to do is what you have already been doing, which is nothing in particular, which is being here, which is letting the biology of the night complete its work without interference, without analysis, without the need to understand any more than you already understand, which is enough. It has always been enough to lie down in the dark, to let the clock run, to trust the protein cycles and the melatonin tide and the temperature descent and the ancient, reliable, never-failing circadian biology of a body that knows how to do this, that has always known, that knows right now. The knowing is not in the mind, it is in the cells, in the 37 trillion simultaneous whispers, in the suprachiasmatic nucleus counting its time above the crossing of the nerves, in the pineal gland sending its tide, in the warmth at the surface of the skin, in the slight heaviness of the eyelids, in the breath that has found its rhythm without being told to. All of it knowing, all of it doing, all of it, quietly and without fanfare, taking care of the thing that needs to be taken care of tonight, which is you. The biology is taking care of you. It has always taken care of you. In every dark room, on every night, for every night of your life. This night is no different. This night is the same ancient, reliable, beautifully precise event that it has always been, dressed in the particular details of this room and this body and this hour. But underneath those particular details, the same, always the same, and in that sameness which is not tedium but something closer to its opposite, something closer to the deep reassurance of a rhythm you can rely on completely, there is a settling, a final settling, the kind that comes when there is truly nothing left to attend to. When the day is done and the body is ready and the clock has done its work and the room is dark and the breath is slow and everything that needed aligning is aligned and everything that needed releasing has been released. This is that settling. Right now, in you, the settling that is not the end of something, but the beginning of the long, quiet restoration that the night provides, the restoration that will be complete by morning, that is always complete by morning, that the clock, running faithfully through the hours ahead, will time and coordinate and bring to its natural close at exactly the right moment, when the cortisol rises and the melatonin falls, and the temperature begins its morning climb, and the light, when it comes, finds a body that is ready for it. Ready and restored, ready and whole, ready for the day that the night is already preparing. But that is the morning, and this is the night. And the night says one thing only, simply, quietly, the way the cells say it, the way the darkness says it, the way the circadian clock, that grain of rice-sized collection of 20,000 neurons above the crossing of the optic nerves, says it every night in the language of chemistry and temperature and the long, slow tide of melatonin in the blood. Rest. Just rest. The clock is keeping the time. The night is keeping you. And you, in this room, in this dark, in this breath that has finally, completely, without any effort at all, found its way to something slower and deeper and more true than waking, you are already in the place the biology was always going to bring you. You are already there. You were always going to be there. The clock knew, the darkness knew, and now the knowing is complete, and the rest of the night belongs not to words or science or the names of proteins and pathways and nuclei, but to the simple, ancient, trustworthy dark that has been holding sleeping bodies for as long as there have been bodies to sleep. It is holding yours, right now, already. Let the clock run. Let the tide rise. Let the warmth at the edges of you do its quiet thermal work. Let the thoughts that are still moving, if they are still moving, move more slowly now, and then slower still, and then not at all, or not in any way that requires attending to. Let the room be what it is. Let the body be what it is. Let the night be what it has always been. And let the rhythm that has carried every night of your life carry this one too, exactly as it always has, exactly as it was always going to. The clock does not need your help. It never did. It is running now. It will be running when the morning comes. And between now and the morning, in the long dark interval of the biological night, the most ancient and reliable and precisely timed system in your body, will do what it has always done. Take care of everything. Take care of you. Good night.